it's Big O. Protect your home the way we do with Sloman's Home Security, folks. And if you want some great news, how about this? A free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with installation of your Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found on flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. Comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well on a beautiful Wednesday. It is a great Wednesday. Hope you're hanging in there. We're getting a little closer to a little Dolphins football on Sunday. We got a little Heat basketball tonight against the Sixers. The Panthers get walloped by a terrible team in the Senators. Man, that was I would imagine Spencer Knight had a really bad night last night sleeping, allowing 8 goals. I don't know when was the last time Spencer Knight allowed 8 goals. But anyway, we got National Signing Day. We've got all kinds of NFL news to talk about. We got a loaded program as always. We've got the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll have Ira and Clay join us in a couple of minutes. We'll do a little crossover for that with them. And by the way, today is another momentous day on the program. We make progress every single day. We grow every single day. And we have added a new sponsor. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now a proud new sponsor of our program. And we are very proud to team up with the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. And let me tell you something. I've done shows everywhere. Stadiums, arenas, marathons, strip clubs, cigar bars. I mean, you name it. Car dealerships. I've done radio shows everywhere on the beach. You know, I've done it everywhere. I don't know. I mean, I can't even think of every place that I've done radio shows at. Okay, casinos here and away and overseas. I mean, I've done radio shows in 31 years, pretty much everywhere. One place I've never done a radio show is inside the police department. So once a month, we will be at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department there on Broward Boulevard, broadcasting live with the great folks over there at the FTLPD. So we'll have some fun with them. They will become a big part of our program. By the way, they are also sponsoring our insider updates with Cameron Wolf. Cameron will start. In fact, Cameron Wolf will join us today at 10:30 just to have some fun and talk about it. But officially, it'll start next week with Cameron Wolf. Every Tuesday, Cameron Wolf will be joining us, and he'll join us also on game days on Sundays. So we'll have Cam, a couple times a week, just like we have Omar, just like we have Joe Shad, just like we have Alan Poupar, just like we have Manny Navarro, just like we have Ira Winderman. So nobody in town comes close to having as many insiders as we do. Nobody covers it like we do. So we are very happy, and we welcome aboard the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, and we welcome aboard Cameron Wolf, who will officially join us next week. I mean, he'll be on with us today at 10:30 and stuff. I know he's on with Joe today, actually. So he actually told me, "Hey, man, is it all right if I go on with you?" I go, "Yeah, man, don't worry about it. We'll officially start next week. Next week, you're locked in here. No, you can't go anywhere else. But today, yeah, go ahead. And Joe's a good dude. I mean, he's got a couple months left and he's out. So it's we're not making it any easier on them over there, obviously, to do radio shows, because we keep scooping up talent and creating a real sports show here, because unfortunately those lazy pieces of crap. But wait, you know what? I'm glad that QAM is a garbage station. I'm glad that they're led by a garbage company that really isn't committed to anything here locally. So that's good, because we can continue to kick their ass up and down the street every single day. So it's a beautiful thing. QAM can continue doing the ways they do things. We will continue to crush their sorry ass every single day. We download more in 1 month than both QAM and 790 do in 3 months. Okay. So it's all good. We like the way they're doing business, because it allows us to just easily crush them. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. So really good day today on the show to have the Fort Lauderdale Police Department join us, and Cameron Wolf, he'll be on today at 10:30 for fun, but next week it becomes official, and he joins us. So looking forward to that. I see Steve Chapman's already in, and Gus 1388, Dougie Fresh, Samuel Robina. Appreciate all of you already checking in. Bunch of stuff. Like I told you, Cameron Wolf will join us at 10:30. Alan Poupar will join us at 12:30. So we'll have a couple of interviews for you. We'll have a 1 hour of hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk coming up at the top of the hour. A big game for the Heat on the road tonight in Philadelphia. Last night, Steph Curry passed Ray Allen. I'm sure the boys are going to end up talking a little bit about that. And I watched some of that last night, obviously, and it's at the Garden. And I know we're programmed down here as Miami fans to kind of hate the New York teams and all of that stuff. And so I'm watching that last night, and we gotta separate, right? No matter what, that we're Miami fans and we normally hate everything New York and all that kind of stuff. It was a great moment last night for the NBA. It was a great moment for Steph, and it was a great moment that it happened there in the Garden. You know what I mean? I thought that was actually cool. It was awesome that Ray Allen was there. Ray gave him an affectionate hug. I think, and that hug like resonated to me, at least in this way, that when Ray was hugging him, it was like, I'm really honored that you're the guy that passed me. You know what I mean? And I think it meant something to Ray that a good dude like Steph Curry, who has worked his ass off and has fought all kinds of adversity. And remember, when he got into this league, I mean, he was rail thin, skinny. I never thought he could make it in this league on a long-term basis because his body looked so frail and it was breaking down constantly. He had, serious ankle issues. And somehow or another, he was able to overcome those injuries early on in his career. And I know he had the hand injury recently, but he's been pretty durable overall, and obviously has been a spectacular player and has changed the game too. That's the other thing. You have your players that come, and Lou Alcindor comes into the league and changes the way the game is played and the hook and all of that. And, Wilt Chamberlain and Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan and Dr. J and the Magic Johnson. And, there are certain guys over the history of the NBA, Pistol Pete, that they brought an element to the game that just took the game to another level. You know what I mean? And it aspired others. Bigger players wanted to handle the basketball because they watched Magic Johnson. You know what I mean? All of these things. Steph Curry has inspired a generation to shoot from 77 feet away. You know what I mean? Steph Curry has inspired people to say, hey, I just walked in the gym. I'm open. That's kind of the way it is now. We don't have Trae Young without Steph Curry. So that's the other part of this layer, that yes, he beat a record, but we're talking about a guy that beat a record because he started something new. He started another way that we look at the game now. You know what I mean? You saw Charles Barkley's comments. I don't know how many of you saw it, but you saw his comments where he's talking about how he doesn't want players if they can't shoot threes. And his problem is a bunch of bums are shooting threes and things like that. And it is funny. Now, he wasn't really a three-point shooter, but he would take his share of bad three-point shots too. You know what I'm saying? He was a great player, but back then we weren't scrutinizing you that much for the efficiency at three-point range like we are now, because now we know that you can be incredibly efficient from there, if you've got that skill set. You know what I mean? And so last night, there's a lot of layers to last night's, performance by Steph Curry. And it meant a lot because it wasn't just a regular guy. It's a guy that's got Hall of Fame credentials. It's a guy that's got already 3 titles. The way his team is playing, they could win a 4th this year. Okay. I'm not counting Golden State out, and they still haven't even added Klay Thompson yet. Okay. Which we're talking about one of the best two-way players in the NBA. And there aren't a lot of two-way players like him that are elite at both ends, as defender and as an offensive player. And they haven't even added that dude yet. So last night, you saw that hug by Ray Allen. You saw the moment in the Garden. And I thought it's one of those things when when everything comes to a head, when the rubber meets the road, as they say, and it's just perfect. You know what I mean? There's just synergy with the moment, and I thought that that's what that was last night. It was the perfect moment for the NBA. The guy that has jump started the way we kind of look at the thing, the guy that has inspired an entire generation of players on how to attack this game, the having Ray Allen there, that moment, the fact that he is also appreciative of a guy like Reggie Miller and Ray Allen before him. That's the other thing that's beautiful about having Steph, get this award, because he appreciates the game. He appreciates the people that came before it. You know what I mean? This guy is a pro's pro in every way, shape, and form. So last night, I thought it was just putting a bow on everything that went on with Steph Curry, and it couldn't have been more perfect for the NBA, really, to be honest with you. It was fun. I was glad in a way that the Panther game was kind of depressing because it allowed me to focus a little bit more on that one. You know what I mean? Because that Panther game was depressing. Okay. It's just didn't I? So at least watching that, not that I give a crap about any of the teams, but I do give a crap about the NBA because I love the NBA. I watch the NBA, and I thought that moment was a great moment for everyone involved, fans and media and Knicks fans and Warriors fans and just classic NBA fans. I think we can embrace all of that. All right, let's get ready for a little Palette Rock City Inside the Paint show. Let's bring the boys aboard. How are you doing, gentlemen? Good morning. I was just talking about this for the last couple of minutes that I just thought last night the whole Steph Curry thing was just spot on in every way, shape, and form for the NBA.
Yeah, it was funny. I'm sitting here in Philadelphia in my hotel room. I had the Panthers on my computer. I had the game on television. There are still moments, and I think you hit it on the head when you spoke about, even though you might hate New York and everything about New Yorkers, I thought it was fantastic that those fans rose to the occasion at that moment. Look, perfect world.
You knew they would. You knew they would.
Perfect world. Steph Curry, for all he's done for the Warriors, it should have happened in San Francisco. It should have happened at Golden State. The schedule didn't allow it. You understand it. But I'm glad it didn't happen. And no offense to people listening out of state here in Memphis or Indiana or Sacramento or some nondescript place with no history. And the fact that it happened in New York in the Garden and the way they rose to the occasion. And I love the way it played out, Big O. He makes the first one. Everyone's up on their feet. And every single possession that didn't go to Steph Curry and shot, I mean, how dare Andrew Wiggins hit a three-pointer and make a layup and ruin the moment? And it was really good also that it ended at that point, that then there was a good game. And I actually was watching the Panthers, which, like you said, was just horrific to watch. And I was watching, because always watching the Knicks lose is almost as much fun as watching Steph Curry set a record.
Yes.
So I got to enjoy that as a basketball game also. Really good night. I really hope, and Clay and I are going to get into this in our Palette Rock Inside the Paint show for an hour starting at 9, that the whole COVID thing doesn't rob stars of the game. Because at the exact same moment I was watching that, I saw on Twitter that Giannis Antetokounmpo now is the latest player in COVID protocols. And you know what? Even more than the NFL, maybe with the exception of quarterbacks, the NBA is star-driven. And you take stars off the court, even I ain't watching.
No, I'm with you there. Clay, last night was perfect for the NBA.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Steph Curry, and this may be a topic for maybe a slower day when we don't have a lot going on, how many athletes in any sport have literally changed the game that they play? I mean, you go back, Babe Ruth obviously changed baseball. I don't know that you can necessarily pick out one individual football player who changed how the game is played. Steph Curry changed how basketball is played. And obviously it wasn't just him, it was the Warriors system and all. But that system doesn't work and doesn't thrive unless you have a Steph Curry. Very few players in any sport have caused literally everybody around the game to step back and say, maybe we've been doing this wrong all along, and change how you approach the game. So, Steph Curry isn't going to be in the conversation of the greatest player in the history of the NBA, but you can make the case that he is in the conversation, if not right at the top, when it comes to the most influential on the floor. Not off the floor, but on the floor with what he does as far as changing the game.
Oh, no doubt about it. We have no Trae Young if we don't have Steph Curry. So
Right.
it's just
Right.
it's
Right.
just the way it is. He has influenced an entire generation, just like Pistol Pete did and Magic Johnson when they did it with Flair. Okay, we could play the point guard position with Flair. You know what I
Right.
mean? And
Right.
so yeah, there have been those moments of those guys that have just changed the game. I actually, before you got on, I talked a little bit exactly about that, about those kind of things. All right, so what do you got coming up in the next hour, Clay, for the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show, my friend?
Well, you know, I know we don't like the topic, but I think it's one that we can't ignore anymore, and it is the COVID situation in the NBA, and specifically with the Miami Heat. And I want to get Ira's take on this because when the situation happened with Caleb Martin last week, Eric Spoelstra seemed really frustrated, and I want to know what's the vibe within the Heat organization. What is the feeling moving forward about what needs to happen, and how are they going to navigate this when you know it's coming? I mean, it's going to happen to pretty much every single team in the NBA, and you just played a team in the Bulls that had a massive outbreak. Zach LaVine scores, 30-something points against you, and then he wakes up the next morning and texts. So how do you navigate through this, and how are the Heat viewing this and approaching this? Because it certainly feels like there's a lot of frustration within that organization, but also around the entire league right now.
And I still wonder how many fake cards are out there in pro sports. All right, the Pallet Rack City.
I got a guy who can hook you up, Big O.
Yeah, you know, I'm just.
Antonio Brown texted you too, huh? Antonio Brown texted you too, huh? Yeah. I didn't know Ira was that close with Antonio.
31 years in this business, it makes you cynical as hell, my brother. All right, the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show is next.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with a Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Welcome. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Clay Ferraro here. Ira Winderman in Philadelphia. And Ira, let's get this out of the way right off the top, because I've always wanted to host a show when we can talk about the city of Philadelphia, because I need your take on this. Scale of 1 to 10. How overrated are Pats and Genos?
Well, you know what? It's not overrated as a tourist experience. To go there, to see them on opposite corners, to go over and have one in one and one in the other. I totally get it. I think it's like a lot of places. It's not the food, it's the experience. First of all, this whole cheese whiz thing, with or without or whatever. No. I mean, as you know, you get a good cheesesteak, you got some nice provolone, you got some stuff that actually looks like cheese. that at some point might have come from an actual cow. That's the difference. This whole cheese whiz thing to me, it's like, no, it's like if you went anywhere and they ask you what kind of cheese you want on that, you're getting a burger, you're getting a chicken sandwich or whatever, and they offer you Swiss or American or cheddar or provolone, you're not saying, nah, just give me a couple of shots of cheese whiz on that. So I think it's all overrated. But I do think you do it. I think it's like any other place. You go there as part of the experience. You go to the original Starbucks in Seattle as part of the experience, but you don't say to yourself, this is the best Starbucks I ever had in my life. You just do it. So I think the whole thing there is more of the experience, that they're on opposite corners. You take a trip, you sort of put it on your bucket list. You check it off. The food itself, it's, first of all, cheesesteaks, you have to say to yourself, I'm prepared to eat a greasy piece of not the highest quality meat on a pretty good hoagie roll or whatever they call it down here. But the whole cheese whiz thing, I will never go for that. There's probably not a single food item you can tell me, hey, wouldn't that be better with cheese whiz? I'm still waiting for that.
It's funny. You've got. I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent, but the cheese whiz or no cheese whiz is quite a debate. Yeah, if you're going to Philly, and we're going to get off of this after this statement. If you're going to Philly, you're right. Do the experience. Go because you want to see like the two dueling Philly cheesesteak stands.
Corners right next to each other. Yeah.
Get a small at one, get a small at the other, have one bite of each, and then throw them away and go to Reading Terminal Market and go get some real food. Like that's
okay. Now Reading Terminal Market, which is right across the Marriott, which I've stayed before, they have a macaroni and cheese in there at one of the stands that basically is macaroni and cheese spackle. I mean, it is that dense. It is made like with 75 cheeses, none of which are cheese whiz. And that's where I would recommend starting right there. You get this little container of macaroni and cheese, and you're going, well, I'm going to have something else. And by the time you're done, it's like you just ate a whole pizza.
Okay, we just wasted 5 minutes, and I think you and I may be the only ones who enjoyed that. So I wanted to start with something light because we got to get into something that's not necessarily light right now. It's pretty heavy, and we're seeing it all throughout the NBA. We're also seeing it in the NFL. 75 COVID cases in the last 2 days, and so. My question to you, Ira, I want to start with when we found out that Caleb Martin was going to miss that game the other night. And what are we talking last week now? And there seemed to be a level of frustration with Eric Spoelstra. And I believe what he said before the game was, I'm not in a place right now where I can rationally comment on this.
Right.
So where does the frustration lie within the Miami Heat? And what's your vibe as far as how they feel this needs to be handled moving forward, not just with Caleb, but with everybody?
Yeah, and I don't think it's just within the Heat because Billy Donovan danced around it because he at the time had 7 players. Now he has 10 players who have been through the process. It's going to become a point where if there's not mandatory testing, which is not right now part of the agreement with the Players Association, it's up to the player to come forward and saying, I feel some symptoms, or honestly, Clay, not to come forward and say he's feeling some symptoms because most of these have been asymptomatic. Some have been guys just feeling they had a head cold or something. Now, Joel Embiid had a much more severe case, and in that case, you do everything you need to protect your health. I'm not so sure there aren't other Caleb Martins out there, maybe even on the Heat, who are feeling a bit of stuffiness, who are feeling a bit of a head cold and are like, I mean, you know this, Clay. You've dealt with all the sports, hockey player especially. You push through this kind of stuff. Plenty of guys don't feel good when they play. And I mentioned this with Big O earlier in the week in our Accurate Pembroke Pines report. We'll mention it here in our Palette Rock City Inside the Paint. Think about all the great flu games in all the sports. Michael Jordan laying in the locker room and clutching the ball in the NBA Finals and what he went through. The flu is contagious also. And if this latest variant is, and I was just reading the paper this morning, not more contagious, but apparently not as serious or causes as serious illness as Delta or the previous ones, I think at some point in all of our line of works, you're going to have to draw a line because you know what? The exact same symptoms that might keep a Heat player home from work might also be the person who is, and I'm not an alarmist here, who might be serving you at a restaurant because they need the income, who might be bagging your groceries at a local grocery store. So it's sort of a push-pull kind of thing. We've never quarantined people with the flu. We've never quarantined people with a bunch of other, contagious illnesses. We've asked them to be responsible. The NBA is in a tough spot right now. And my greater concern here, Clay, is this. The Heat are already missing Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler because of injuries. But they haven't had their latest round of this Omicron. They haven't had the COVID yet. So you might see the Heat without these guys in December and might still lose them come January or February. We've seen it before. Dante DiVincenzo finally gets over the ankle injury he suffered in the first round of the playoffs against the Heat last season. He was cleared to play, tested positive. He's out again. So this is going to be rolling through the league. You and I will definitely, on our Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint shows, be talking this year about whether this is a tainted season as Clay goes to black and white here. Although I bet we could still hear him. And I think we're going to have to deal with that, Clay, is will this become a tainted season or not?
You're back. I was checking the chat, and for some reason it must have knocked me out. And I don't know that it becomes a tainted season as long as you have everybody that you need to have for the playoffs. And you mentioned this during the crossover, that what you don't want is a league that is robbed of its stars. And, because then you're talking about a situation where, look, if Giannis is out right now in December, okay, I mean, it's a bummer for people who were going to go to the Bucks games. It's people are bummed out that don't get to see him play, but it's not going to change the outcome of the Milwaukee Bucks season. I mean, let's be honest about this. The NBA is for moments like what we saw last night. The regular season is for moments like we saw last night. It's for really cool moments in games, guys dunking on each other, games coming down to the last second. Like, it's a blast, but we all know that all that matters as far as results go are the playoffs. So right now, it's tough to say, okay, we got to pull the plug because we're just trying to navigate through these regular season games. And yet, and this gets back to your other point, Ira, I feel like until there's some sort of set of protocols that makes this navigable, right? Like that if it's almost like you have to revisit the protocols. And I'm not even sure if that's just with the NBA. I think it may be society in general. There needs to be a pivot point because, as you said, CDC, I believe, said that right now with Omicron, it's runny noses and mild cough. And you don't want to immediately jump to the side where you're saying, okay, let's just push through this, because then you might get a few people who do get seriously ill. And then that you don't want one person to get hurt.
And you could bring it home also. And you remember this, Clay, NBA Finals 2 years ago, end of the season, Avery Bradley did not participate with the Lakers because his son had a respiratory illness.
Yes.
And he just felt, I cannot bring this home. So you always have to protect against the at-risk. But can you do it this way? Can you tell players you can play, but because of the higher exposure opportunities, please go right home. Please stay right home. Get in your car, come to the arena, go back home. That's how you can manage this. You can minimize and mitigate. When NBA players travel, they travel out of separate terminals at airports. They travel on separate planes, mostly Delta charters. They travel on separate buses, so you can segregate them from the general public. You can do that. Then it's on their own. There is a far greater chance that an NBA player passes along COVID at a restaurant, at a gathering, at Art Basel, at a holiday party, than they do during the course of an NBA game. When they're with people, or passes along serious illness with people in their age group who are not at high risk and don't run, sort of all those factors. So I think what you might be doing is telling NBA players games and home and travel, and that's it. I think that's how you can work around this as well.
Yeah, and I kind of putting a bow on this thing. I don't know that you can handle it a whole lot differently as far as who you're keeping out, what the testing procedures are, until and unless there is some sort of change in guidelines from the CDC. I mean, the NBA and every sports league has to take its cue from the people who know about this stuff, from the scientists. And yet, I think it's pretty clear right now that you're seeing in the NFL and in the NBA a situation where it may end up being worse than the last couple of years, not as far as guys getting seriously ill, but as far as the number of players who are out. 75 in 2 days in the NFL. I mean, it's coming in the NBA too, and it's not going to get worse before it gets better.
To get off the medical part, and let's go to the sports part that we're here for. Here's my concern. You're right. The playoffs are the only thing that matter. We pretend for the next few weeks, so please tune in every Wednesday, 9 a.m. here on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint. But you know what? The regular season does impact the playoffs, and it impacts seeding. And you look at a team like Chicago that's having a great season. And if they get 4 or 5 extra losses and get shuffled out of home court in the first round, and I look at the Miami Heat and where they are, and of course they would rather get home court in the first round, maybe even get one of those top 2 seeds for home court in the second round. So this is impacting things. Last season, the Miami Heat finished one game out of having the number 4 seed in home court. Well, we know how it played out against Milwaukee. And I think it's safe to say, Clay, that if they played anyone but Milwaukee, they would have been in better shape. And if they were the home team in a first-round series, they might have even gotten to the second round. That's the problem. Now is impacting then. This isn't like in minor league baseball, you play a first-half schedule and you reset. Maybe the NBA needs to do that. Maybe they need to have a reset at a certain point for playoff points or something like that also. That's my concern, that a team like Chicago, or if it hits a team like the Heat, all of a sudden your seeding is impacted. So you could say, okay, here we are, finish line in April. We're at the playoffs, 1 through 6, no play-in, 7 through 10, you guys are in the play-in round. But how did you get there to those seedings? And was it fairly drawn? Last year, Clay, when the NBA did the schedule, they did it in 2 parts. They released the first half, and then they said, let's see how many games we miss, and we'll build our second half schedule. Well, you see, Chicago now has lost 2 games. The schedule is not built that way now. It's not easy to put games back in the second half of the schedule. For example, worst potential time beyond the Thanksgiving crush, everyone is saying, will be the Christmas season. Right after the Christmas holidays, the Heat go on a road trip to San Antonio, Houston. I got to memorize this because I got to travel it. San Antonio, Houston, Sacramento, Golden State, Portland, Phoenix. That's the Heat's last trip out west. If those games get canceled, there's not going to be another opportunity for the Heat to get to Portland or to get to Sacramento. So you just say, hey, if you lose them, which I think they might do, and you're going to have staggered standings because all teams won't play 82. That's the difference. The NBA thought they were free and clear. So they did an entire season schedule. They booked events at arenas and things like that. I'm really curious if the NBA has to cancel a lot of games, how or even if they can reschedule them. And I think it's going to be hard enough just to do those 2 Bulls games, but at least they were Eastern Conference games. They weren't East-West games. This is a real problem right now for the league.
So Julius asked this question, is we're going to kind of bring this full circle now and impacting the games on the floor. Victor Oladipo has been traveling with the team now. You've seen him out working out. He looks good. I mean, it's not like you're expecting him to go out there and play 30 minutes.
He looks good drilling, right?
He looks good drilling. So I know you always say this, Ira, that they're just going to say, I have no update. But what's your vibe on, are we getting closer to where we can start to have Eric Spoelstra come out that one morning and give us the magic? Victor Oladipo is available tonight, or are we still a ways away and this is just something that we shouldn't read too much into?
Well, first of all, sound the aggregation alarm, because I think he's getting damn closer. And I think midseason still remains, that's about mid-January, maybe into early February, the time where it's been all along, to get him acclimated, to get him ready to go in limited doses to see what he can do. But Clay, there's no way you're dragging him in winter weather amid COVID to places like Cleveland and Philadelphia and then Orlando and Detroit if you don't think there's an end game possible here also. They don't need a mascot. They got Bernie back home. They could have put Bernie in the big Bernie suit and taken him with them if they wanted a mascot. They're moving towards something tangible. That could be an absolute game changer. Because, and we can get to this, after our break, I posit to you, I'm not sure there's another team outside of Damian Lillard or Ben Simmons is traded that can make as big an addition as the Heat could by adding Victor Oladipo for the second half of their season.
No, and I think the reason why I'm bringing it up now, first off, it was a great question by Julius. By the way, guys, if you're following us, make sure you hit the like button, or as O would say, smash the like button. That does us a big favor. Make sure you subscribe.
But I broke my computer last week smashing it, so I'm on this one now. I don't know about that.
You weren't supposed to do it with the mallet, Ira. I think we talked about that. But if you're going to be missing players, or there is the threat of missing players, and it's not that Victor Oladipo comes in right now to a fully healthy and ready to rock Heat lineup where you've got Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, and makes this enormous difference that's going to lift you from Eastern Conference finalist to NBA champion. What we're talking about right now is the difference between Victor Oladipo and Gabe Vincent, Victor Oladipo, and bringing somebody up on a two-way contract. I mean, that's what you're talking about at this point, is the level of gap of the guys that you're going to have to play versus Victor Oladipo. And again, Gabe Vincent has had some really nice stretches out there. But when you're talking about somebody as accomplished as Victor Oladipo coming back and being at least close to healthy, it's the type of addition that could not only help you in May and potentially June, but could really help you mitigate these murky days now where we're trying to get through this
And to
COVID
put a
thing.
bow on this also before our break, think about this tonight, Clay Ferraro. The Heat are down to 11 players, but Tyler Hero has the quad bruise. If he can't play, they're down to 10. That means that Marcus Garrett on a two-way contract probably will have to play after playing for the Sioux Falls Skyforce just a week ago. Think about if Vic was here now and playable, and who knows, maybe we have a big story on our Accurate Pembroke Pines report on Friday if he does wind up playing, but that's the difference, is these COVID-like moments. You probably will see Marcus Garrett tonight against the 76ers, or as Clay Ferraro says, who? I mean, and that's the difference because they're down to 10 or 11 players.
Yeah, and that's the gap. That's the difference. It's not a Victor Oladipo versus a Tyler Hero. It's a Victor Oladipo versus the guy who you're going to have to play significant minutes to because you're dealing with COVID and or injuries. And, hey, the Heat haven't even been hit yet. And so hopefully this is something where they are getting closer. And as you said, we get Eric Spoelstra to come up there with those magic words. Victor Oladipo is available tonight. All right, coming up next, we're going to look at the upcoming schedule with the Heat. We're going to get some more of your questions and just how do you navigate this? And can the Heat come out on the other side of this and get Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo back and somehow be better in the long term for it? That's coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727. Or online at adreamlending.com. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Welcome back here on Inside the Paint. Please, as always, drop your questions. We'll keep this thing interactive. Make sure you smash the like button. A lot to get to as we roll on. Ira, I want to start, though, with a tweet that you just put out. over half the Heat roster right now, as of today, is now trade eligible. And we're hearing all of these rumors about Ben Simmons. And what I love is how Woj put something out there that, a Ben Simmons trade is gaining momentum. And they think that they're going to be able to get a top 25 player in exchange for him. What people need to understand, and you can probably attest to this, Woj and I believe Daryl Morey have a pretty good relationship. And you can look back over time. And whenever there was something with the Houston Rockets, Woj would have it. And it always feels, I always look at things that Woj puts out when Daryl Morey is involved with an extra layer of skepticism here. So I wonder if Ben Simmons is actually getting close to being dealt, or is it just that they're trying to build up some interest around the league and saying, hey, if you really want Ben Simmons, give us a call. But
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think more than anything is the 76ers either are deluded or patient with this whole thing, in believing that Ben Simmons still can fetch, because he's an all-star and one of the best perimeter defenders in the league, a top 10, top 15 player. Or they're simply going to wait him out until either he comes around, plays a little, and they can show him off a little more. I think what sort of Woj's tweet went to, whether there was some inside info or doing someone a favor with a quid pro quo kind of thing, is that the 76ers are showing they'll be patient. They're going to probably wind up playing half the season without Ben Simmons or Ben Simmons' replacement. And I think, Clay, you would agree. The Sixers would be a better team during the regular season with Ben Simmons, just another body. They've lost a bunch of guys to COVID and other injuries. And they would be a better team with a Ben Simmons replacement, whether it's a C.J. McCollum or a Jaylen Brown or someone like that. And yet they've been so patient that they've really hurt themselves into the seedings to the point where you wonder if home court is a lock like we all thought it was going into the season. So I think they very much do have big plans for what they can get for Ben Simmons. I don't think the market is there. I think he's viewed as distressed property. I mean, the last time we saw him playing, he was passing up an open layup because he wasn't even confident or afraid he was going to get fouled in that situation. I think he's a valuable player. I think they're going to get less than $1 on $1. I think they're not going to accept pennies on $1. I do not believe he is with the Philadelphia 76ers after the February 10th NBA trading deadline.
I can't see the Celtics giving up Jaylen Brown for him, right? I mean, that's...
If they're treading water and they have two ball-dominant players in Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and I think, Clay, congratulations, you're now the GM of the Boston Celtics. If you had to pick one player as a centerpiece for your franchise between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, who would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's it, but I guess what I would say then, Ira, is can't you do better? I mean, if you're really going to trade Jaylen Brown, and maybe my view of Ben Simmons as a player right now, not just as a player, but also his contract as an asset. I just think it's such a negative asset at this point. You're really going to give up somebody in Jaylen Brown for somebody that I think you could probably get right now for expiring. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like...
Ben Simmons still has a high value because
he's a contract?
He's a great playmaker. He's a great playmaker. He's probably a top 5 and maybe even top 3 perimeter defender. If you're Boston and you keep shaking things up and you go from Kemba Walker to Dennis Schroeder and from Evan Fournier and keep mixing up your mix and not getting results, it has to start at the top. And you have to make decisions, and it's more than bringing Al Horford back. So again, Clay, when do you pull the plug on it in Boston? Let's look at it this way. They pulled the plug with Danny Ainge, whether he resigned or not, say what you want. They pulled the plug on Brad Stevens, bumped him up to the front office. There were some questions there. So they've done the front office. They've done the coach. They've changed the roster to a degree. They've had all the great draft choices. I'm like Daryl Morey. I collect draft choices. Most of them have turned into almost nothing. No offense to RJ Hunter and the rest of them. So I think they might be desperate times for Boston. Because let me ask you this. Are the Boston Celtics, as presently constructed, a championship contender?
No. I just feel like if you're going to trade Jaylen Brown, you could do better. I just feel like, you canvass the league and everybody wants a star. And I don't know that I would call Jaylen Brown a star. I think he's an all-star caliber player for sure.
No, we always talk about all-star and we talk about all-NBA. He's an all-star because between players dropping out and everything, probably 30 players a year are named all-star, 28 players, as opposed to the 15 on the all-NBA roster. And Ben Simmons at his best is an all NBA level player, at his best, at his confident, mental, and physical best. I'm not so sure that Jaylen Brown is, so I think that would at least be intriguing. Again, you're trading within the division. You're trading within the conference. Maybe you don't want to go that way. Maybe one team doesn't want to benefit the other, and you wind up moving him out of conference instead. But you've got to do something. You've either got to get the real Ben Simmons back, or you've got to get his replacement. And honestly, really, you're at critical mass and have to do it sooner rather than later. Just not before tonight's game against the Heat.
Yeah, okay, so let's bring it full circle now. The reason why I even brought it up in the first place was you are hearing these names that are out there. Damian Lillard's name keeps popping up again, even though publicly he'll say, I'm committed to the organization.
And I think that's done, honestly. I think that's done for this reason. Once Damian Lillard comes out and says, I want to be a lifer in a city, I think that city wouldn't accept a trade anymore. I think he is the kind of, and I know Kobe came close to going to the Clippers or the Bulls, but he's sort of that player who said, I want to be identified with the franchise. If that came from the heart and that was candid, and we can take that from him, from what he's saying, then I do think he's off the table. Then I do think it's sink or swim Blazers with him, no matter what happens, and you build around him. So I think the Damian Lillard thing, I think even more than Bradley Beal. For example, you might tell me, how about Ben Simmons for Bradley Beal or someone like that? I could see someone like that. Bradley Beal has not come out nearly as effusively as Damian Lillard has, that I'm a one franchise player. So that might be a better name as a starting point.
So bringing it back to the Heat, because you tweeted that this morning about all the players who are now trade eligible. I mean, it's pretty much everybody that they signed in the offseason. And, one day we can get into the weeds on how you can aggregate players who signed extensions, things like that. But strictly for this conversation, is this something that the Heat should be looking at? And I'm not talking about making a minor tweak, but just to throw this out there as an example, if you look on your bench and you say, okay, I know Duncan Robinson has been struggling, but hey, he'll get back at some point. Like we think he's going to get back to being close to the level that Duncan Robinson has been. But do we maybe look around? You hear the Nets are looking to shop Joe Harris. So all of a sudden, like, you're hearing about these guys whose names are being floated. Would you look to New Orleans? Would you look at New Orleans and call them about Brandon Ingram? I mean, are these the types of things that do you risk trading someone like a Duncan Robinson, who at this point his contract is also a devalued asset because he's been struggling? Do you look to go that route if something materializes, or do you try to keep up with what you're doing right now and try to get everybody back and hope that things click like they were earlier in the season?
Two things. First, we have to figure out and decide, are the Heat willing to be a luxury tax player? Because when you start jumbling all this money around and you're only $400,000 below the luxury tax threshold, there's a chance you're going over. So the Heat first have to decide that. If you go in the luxury tax, you don't get the $10 million reimbursement from the league, the overage from the other teams, Golden State, Brooklyn, that are over. That's the first decision before any other personnel moves, including even converting Caleb Martin's contract. But number two, attention aggregators, and this is not, again, about the person. This is about the contract. Duncan Robinson, to a degree, has the most tradable Heat contract for this reason. It's not a max contract, and it's not a minimum contract. It's a $15 million, starting now, an ascending contract that becomes a nice trade chip. And one thing I know about the Heat is they always think about the player, they think about the person, they think about the chemistry, but they also think about the possibilities regarding the cap. And I think when Duncan was given that deal, the Heat said to themselves, you know what? We got Jimmy in the stratosphere. We got Kyle in the stratosphere. We have Bam in the stratosphere. We still have Tyler, though, on a rookie scale contract, most the other way. Let's give ourselves a middle piece. Let's give ourselves a piece that if we have to start with 15 and add something to it, it's a lot easier than starting with 32 or starting with 4. So I think Duncan Robinson is the Heat's most tradable asset, whether he was making shots or whether he wasn't making shots just because of the salary. It's a cold world out there, as Clay Ferraro has often told me, and it really does come down to cap implications as much as anything. So yes, I think that Duncan Robinson right now, going into the February 10th NBA trading deadline, is the team's most tradable asset. Does it mean the Heat don't want him? It doesn't mean that. Okay, aggregators, but it just means that his money would make a trade easier to facilitate.
Yeah, and so this is where it's different than the Tyler Hero situation for the last year, because the thing with Tyler was, the Heat knew that there was another level that he could get to, or you could say get back to, get to playing like he was in the bubble. And look, the last couple of games he's not showing it. The quad is clearly an issue right now. I'm not making excuses for the guy, but he hadn't been himself the last couple of games. But if you had tried to trade Tyler Hero last offseason when he was coming off a really rough season where in and out of the lineup, you wouldn't have gotten nearly what you're looking to get. With Duncan Robinson right now, the contract, this is the difference, and this is the distinction that I'm trying to make, and kind of what you just said. The difference is the contract makes it to where even the fact that he's struggling lately, teams can look at that and say, okay, that contract is very movable to where we can bring him in and maybe he goes back to being the Duncan Robinson of 2020. Or even if he doesn't, that contract looks really pretty when you start working the trade machine and figuring out who you can bring in and potentially move him later.
And I want to go back, and again, certainly feel free to tap in on the chat. Just don't smash that. Don't break that. Don't break that button, or else we're dead here. You mentioned Victor Oladipo in the previous segment here on Pallet Rock City Inside the Paint. If Victor comes back and is Victor Oladipo, it's problematic in a good way.
Yeah.
Because right now, Clay Ferraro, or as I like to call you, Andy Ellisberg, right now you have the contracts of Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, Bam Adebayo, all already in that $30 million-ish range. Next October, even September, you can start in the offseason. Tyler Hero is eligible for the very type of extension, 5-year, $164 million or so that Bam Adebayo got. And the Heat still have the bird rights to Victor Oladipo. Kind of crazy. Vic went from a $20 million salary to against the cap like a 1.6 this year, but can go back up to $30 million because the Heat have his bird rights. So it's going to be interesting. If Tyler Hero gets back to what he was in November and Victor Oladipo gets back to what he was in Indiana, you can have a decision there. Can you afford to carry 5, or even counting Duncan Robinson's 5-year, $90 million deal, 6 of those deals on your books? So I think Victor Oladipo is going to impact the Heat on the court. He's going to impact their playoff chances, but he's also going to impact them in the salary cap, and they're going to have to make a decision. That's why it would be awesome if Victor Oladipo can come back, say, by January 10th, and you can get a month to look at him and then make a decision. Is Vic the guy, or is Tyler the guy? And if one isn't the guy, then you can go back, Clay, Andy, Ellisberg, Ferraro, go to your trade machine and sort of work a deal from there.
Yeah, and so when you're looking at the Heat roster as it's constructed, I don't see Victor Oladipo, if he comes in, replacing Duncan Robinson in the starting lineup. I think, if everybody's healthy and Vic comes back, he's coming off the bench as your 7th man along with Tyler Hero, right? And yet I do think that if Victor Oladipo is healthy, Duncan Robinson isn't going to be in your closing lineup unless you're talking about the offensive defensive switches down the stretch where, hey, on offense, you're going to put Duncan out there because you need the gravity, you need the threat of his shooting. But when you're going up and down, last 5 minutes of a ball game, and there's not a timeout every single change, you're going to want Victor Oladipo on the floor, assuming he's healthy. You're going to want Tyler Hero on the floor. You're going to want Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry and Bam Adebayo. So if you're looking at this and you're saying, okay, can we make a move right now that helps our closing lineup, that helps the lineup that we're going to roll out there so it's not just, and what you brought up is a very good point, that you have to look at the cap sheet for next season and beyond if you do want to bring Vic back. But even strictly for this season, if you're looking at how this team is currently constructed, if a healthy Victor Oladipo comes back and you've got a lineup where you can basically switch 2 through 5, I'm not going to put Kyle Lowry on Brook Lopez anytime soon. But when you can switch all these guys, do you really want to have that much money committed to someone who isn't necessarily going to be closing games for you?
And here's the thing. I actually think I caught you there for a second, so I'm going to put this back on you. Let's assume our closing lineup includes PJ Tucker, who's been awesome lately.
And Tucker, yeah.
And Bam Adebayo. If that's the case, and I posit to you that my 3 two-way wings are going to be Victor Oladipo, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry, is Tyler Hero suddenly valued as much? Like, Clay, when you cover football and you talk to me about a third down back, yes, he gets you what you want. He can catch passes out of the backfield. He could open up the field for you, but he's not an every down back. Mm-hmm. I think that he'd have to decide that also about Tyler Hero. Is he an every down guard when it comes to closing playoff lineups, or if Victor Oladipo is anything like Indiana Victor Oladipo, is that the better way to go? Look, these are good decisions they're going to have. The problem is, and this will get more interesting on our weekly Inside the Paint brought to you by Pallet Rack City, as far as when we get to the trading deadline, what are you going to do for the future? Do you live in the moment and just say, hey, this season we'll worry about next season in the offseason? Or do you say to yourself, we have some intriguing parts here. We're close to the luxury tax. How are we going to handle it? I think February 10th is going to be really interesting for the Heat because I'm not sure many teams have as many moving parts as the Miami Heat do.
And to answer your question, because I think it's a good one, I think it'll be matchup specific. And, if you're going up against a team like Brooklyn, you're going to want to have your best defensive lineup out there where you're going to be able to switch everybody. And then in that case, maybe it doesn't make quite as much sense to have Tyler Hero on the floor, get Victor Oladipo out there, and, assuming that Kyrie Irving is back.
Right, but if you have a Joe Harris out there, then maybe you can, I don't want to say hide Tyler Hero. I don't want to mean Joe Harris, but you might have that kind of matchup. But if they're just going to go with Kyrie and Harden and Durant as their wings, if they have enough bigs, then you get in trouble there. So it is interesting thinking, and it's crazy, Clay. At a time we're talking when the Heat have no bodies, we also know when the Heat are fully whole and healthy, which they've not been since Victor had his quadricep surgery, all of a sudden it's like, who don't you play? And man, would it be nice to get back to those days.
All right, a lot more coming up next right here on Inside the Paint. We're going to look at the upcoming schedule, and is a run coming? Is this team ready to go on a little bit of a spurt? We'll get to that and more coming up next right here on Pallet Rack City, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back right here on Inside the Paint. Ira Winderman in Philly, getting set to go out and hang out at Pat's and Gino's and eat as much Cheese Whiz as his stomach can take. And so, Ira, that brings us to the upcoming schedule, and you've got the Philadelphia 76ers coming up tonight. And, obviously, this is a tough one. When you look at the upcoming stretch, it's a team that, just beat Golden State the other night. It's a team that has similar aspirations as you do long-term, even though you've got the Ben Simmons question hanging over your head. how do you go out with a shorthanded lineup tonight? How do you approach this game tonight against Philadelphia? Who do you target? Who do you go after? And how do you find a way to just get the job done in this one?
I think more than anything, you know, and it's what I sent you in our text preparing for the show. You sort of get yourself ready for what's to follow. And I think from the get-go when this trip started, just to review to people, it opened Monday with a loss in Cleveland, tonight here in Philadelphia, Friday in Orlando, Sunday in Detroit. And you say to yourself, get a split and get the hell off the road. Mm-hmm. So I think the priority, and Eric Spoelstra will never say this, including when I head over to Wells Fargo Center in about half an hour for shoot-around, he's not going to blow off tonight's game. But Philly's the better team. And if they have Joel Embiid, well, God help Dwayne Dedmon, but God bless him also. And maybe UD gets out there and sort of sets the rules. You want to get the game in Orlando, and you want to get the game in Detroit. And then you want to come home with a favorable schedule that includes Indiana and then Detroit and Orlando again. And then you have a road trip where you're going to go out and play San Antonio and Houston and Sacramento to start the trip. Those are your gettable games, whether Jimmy is back, whether Bam is back, whether Caleb Martin is back. So I think you give yourself a puncher's chance going in. You try to stay competitive like you did in the first half against Cleveland. But I think at some point, which runs contrary to everything the Heat say, you might have to let go of the rope because you can't afford another late game Tyler Hero injury, or what we saw just around halftime in Cleveland on Monday. You better be ready to take care of Orlando. Tonight's not going to be a bad loss. When I talked to Big O on Friday morning before the Magic game in our accurate Pembroke Pines report, I'm not going to be talking to him about, oh, the Heat lost in Philly, the world's coming to an end, they lost 2 in a row. I'm going to be, so far everything's copacetic and we're fine. But next week when I talk to you, Clay, if they've lost to Orlando or Detroit or that home game where they get back home against Indiana, you know, I got choked up there. Then I'm going to be choked up a little bit because those are the ones that you can't let get away. Right now, I've said this and I know it's redundant, even keel, just stay even while everyone's out, you know, ride the wave without Jimmy and without Bam, and then make up ground when you're whole and at home again.
Yeah, and so it's just navigate. And to your point, it's the thing that we've seen Heat teams do in the past that's bitten them at the end of the season is they lose those games that you should not lose. Mm-hmm. And thankfully, with this team, when they're healthy, and I'm not talking about when you're shorthanded and something, the loss at Indiana when you were missing Kyle earlier in the year, that probably falls in that category. I'm not going to put the loss against Cleveland at home when you just found out that Bam was going to be out. That was kind of a gut punch. Don't lose those games. Because how often do we look back at the end of the season, and I can tell you specifically it was games against the Knicks. It was games against the Magic. I mean, you can look back and say, that game cost this team home court advantage. And you're not going to say that about a game against Philly in November or in December when you're missing Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero may be out tonight. You are going to say that about any loss against Orlando. You are going to say that about a home game against Indiana. You are going to say that about any game against Detroit. I do think this team has the mindset and the makeup to understand that. And yet at the same time, you got to go out there and get it done. So I'm with you, Ira. It's not that you're punting on tonight. You're going to go out there, you're going to give it your best shot. And you're hoping that maybe something crazy happens, like when you saw what Caleb Martin did against the Bucks. And yet at the same time, you have to be realistic about it and say, it's not worth pushing Tyler Hero through, for example. It's not worth pushing him through whatever it is that he's fighting with that quad and potentially putting him in a situation where you don't have him for one of those games when you may otherwise have him.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting, Clay. At the beginning of the season, I spoke to you and Big O about you can't lose to Detroit. You can't lose to Orlando. You can't lose to Cleveland. Cleveland's good. You lost to them twice. I have no issue. But that means other teams in the East aren't as good. Maybe like the Knicks or Indiana, teams I thought would be good. So maybe when the Heat come off this 4-game trip, I mentioned that game against the Pacers, you can't lose again to the Indiana Pacers. You can't lose that season series. You're 1-1 right now against them. So things do change. Cleveland's really good. And they know who they are and they know what they are. And for everyone who said you can't play with a bunch of bigs, I think JB Bickerstaff was really good when we spoke to him before that game on Monday, and he said, you can't play with a lot of bigs if they can't run. Our guys can run. Jared Allen can run. Larry Markkinen can run. Evan Mobley can run. That's the difference. They've sort of beat the system there. So, yes, you might have said earlier in the year, how do you lose to Cleveland? I'm fine. Well, I'm not fine with that. I'd rather get a victory. I understand and appreciate that. You made up with it by beating Chicago, by beating Milwaukee. So yeah, puncher's chance tonight. Joel Embiid is questionable. He didn't play the previous game. Seth Curry is questionable. That certainly would help a lot. So I think you wait and deal to see who's out there with Philly. Again, if we're talking 2-2 road trip, no, I never wanted the Heat to be mediocre, but with their injuries, I think 2-2 would be fine.
Yeah, so looking at, we mentioned the upcoming schedule and who you're going to have to play. I think especially in a game like tonight, let's assume Tyler Hero doesn't play. You're going to need more contribution. You're going to need guys to step up. And how about somebody like a KZ Okpala? How about somebody like an Omer Yurtseven, and obviously not playing the same position, but it's going to need to come from somewhere.
Have to be. I mean, without Tyler Hero, you're probably starting the same lineup as Cleveland. So you're going to wind up starting Dwayne Dedmon, PJ Tucker, Duncan Robinson, Gabe Vincent, and Kyle Lowry. So then you go, who the hell's on the bench? And I guess your first off the bench is, I guess by default, Max Strus. Your second probably is KZ Okpala. And your third probably is you're going to wind up with Omer Yurtseven. And the only other two available players, if Tyler doesn't play, are going to be Udonis Haslem and are going to be Marcus Garrett. So, yeah, you're going to have to get a KZ game out of this also. I just posted a story about that at sunsentinel.com, as a matter of fact, where Eric Spoelstra spoke about it and PJ Tucker spoke about it. Hey, if these guys ever wanted to learn under fire, if they ever wanted to play meaningful moments, it might not have been the Heat game plan to get minutes for KZ Okpala and Omer Yurtseven, but they're getting meaningful moments. And you know what? Maybe we learn more about them now than for all those countless garbage time minutes they were playing earlier in the season.
And Man of 1,005 Holds brings up a good point. He said, the good thing, he's talking about the COVID protocols and how maybe you look at, do you ultimately have to reschedule games? He said forfeit. I don't know if that would happen, but if you just cancel games, whatever.
You can't forfeit. You can't penalize someone for getting COVID.
Right.
This is not like someone leaving the bubble and getting chicken wings and then coming back or something like that. These are regular people going through everyday life. For the most part, these guys are responsible. And I know there have been some exceptions, and we've seen some people at large indoor public gatherings unmasked, but you can't blame people. It's like firing someone from calling in sick from work. No, forfeit's not a part of this unless you can see gross negligence from those involved.
And if you were to do that, then you're talking about maybe you decentivize people from saying when they have symptoms. I mean, they might just pretend like they're fine.
Good point.
So, but his point, not to go too far off track, was you've got an Eastern Conference where you've got a bunch of teams jumbled together. And he said maybe that benefits the Heat because, it's okay. You may lose one game. The flip side of that is, not necessarily with a game like tonight, but it means that you absolutely more than ever have to take care of the Orlandos of the world. You have to take care of the Indianas of the world. You can't lose these games because we saw it last year. I mean, losing one of these games against a team that is just horrendous can be the difference between you being the 3 seed at home or the 6 seed on the road. And who knows, maybe it'll be so jumbled it could be the difference between you having a 4 seed in at home or playing in the play-in round. I mean, more than ever, you have to make sure that you take care of these teams, Ira. So your take on that and the jumbled Eastern Conference and how you can where do you find the edge here if you're the Heat? How do you find a way to get through all of this, given what you've been through in the past?
Well, here's the problem. I've said with Bam out and with Jimmy out that the Heat still have 2 quality elite players in Tyler Hero and Kyle Lowry. Tyler Hero's out. I don't know if you're much better than Orlando. I don't know if you're much better than Detroit. So I think you're going to reach a point of attrition where there's only one way around it, and that's Duncan a go-go. And Duncan Robinson just has to hit threes like crazy and become an offensive force. He's actually been better and doing a good job on the 2-point shots recently, playing more in attack mode. But I think the point you made before was a really good point. They need Caleb Martin 2.0 from someone else. Caleb Martin came out of nowhere last week to spark them against the Bucks. Whether it's a KZ Okpala, whether it's Dwayne Dedmon like he was against the Bulls with a 20-point game and now playing Nikola Vucevic, that's what they're going to need. Eric Spoelstra is very good at game planning. The good thing now, Clay, there are no back-to-backs. They've had a day to prepare for Philly. They'll have a day to prepare for Orlando. They'll have a day to prepare for Detroit. And I think if you put Eric Spoelstra in the lab with ample time, he'll come up with a game plan. So I'd almost put Spoelstra as the number 2 guy behind Kyle Lowry now when it comes to the Heat finding a way. But you know what? Eventually attrition gets you. I said this about Saturday's game against Chicago, that the 5 best players out there, when you looked at it, the Heat had Hero and that the Heat had Kyle Lowry playing, but Chicago had Lonzo Ball They had Nikola Vucevic and they had Zach LaVine. And when you saw what happened with Zach LaVine, he almost single-handedly carried them in that game. So I think you're going to reach a point, Clay, is that where if you don't have two of the five best players out there, and it's all on Kyle Lowry. Look, no one is counting on a 35-year-old to be an every-game player. And yes, what PJ Tucker did at 36 on Monday was remarkable and almost was a damn shame to waste that effort in a loss.
I agree.
Yeah, so, you're going to have to game plan it. You're going to have to play within structure. And you sure as hell are going to have to cut down on the stupid and mindless turnovers that you had in the loss in Cleveland on Monday.
And, that's what's grinding on them right now. It's not, you can take a loss. You can take a loss against a Cleveland team that, the way they're constructed and the way they're playing, you tip your cap if it's because they're playing so much better than you. But yeah, you got to get rid of that. So you got to play clean ball. And again, we understand that tonight's going to be an uphill battle. But moving forward after that, you can't afford to have empty possessions against teams as bad as Orlando, and you can't give them hope. I want to go back to what you said about Duncan Robinson, though, because it felt like for the last 2 years now, maybe even more than that, first offensive possession every game, it's let's find a way to get Duncan Robinson free for a three. And then that'll kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. Then this year, those haven't necessarily been falling. And what I wonder is, you are, like you said, you're seeing Duncan drive a little bit more. You're seeing him with some of the mid-range stuff, which, hey, man, if that's on the scouting report now, then it opens up everything else for him.
Sure.
Do you think this is kind of like when you've got a baseball player who's, in an 0 for 21 streak, and you ask him to just lay down a bunt? Something like that, where you're trying to get a guy to see the ball go in the basket. And then maybe Duncan isn't thinking about this as much every time he lines up a three-pointer because he just made a layup. Yeah,
absolutely. And they've done that. And they've done a good job about it. And probably, it's interesting, Clay, a week or 2 weeks ago, if you would have told me Miami Heat biggest concerns, I would have had Duncan Robinson at the top of that list. I do not have him at the top of that list anymore. He's come around with enough that you can see signs of, that Duncan Robinson. So I think you move to something else. Right now, I'm worried about COVID. Right now, I'm worried about injuries and when guys are going to get back. Right now, I'm worried about too much wear on my 36-year-old starting power forward and my 35-year-old starting point guard. And I know you could say that Kyle Lowry took a ton of time off last year. And except for the NBA playoffs, when PJ Tucker was in Houston, he wasn't really playing, so he got some time off. But you know what? You're going to have to find rest for them. Optimally, the rest comes when Jimmy Butler is back, when Bam Adebayo is back, for those two guys right there, when Caleb comes back, maybe when Victor comes back. But I do wonder a little if you're going to see high totals. That's why it was good to see, even though he had 14 assists, could have gone for the Heat record, Kyle Lowry didn't play in the fourth quarter against Chicago. And even Monday, when Eric Spoelstra realized, hey, this might not be our night, he was mindful of the minutes. This might be another mindful of the minutes night tonight against Philly. So if you wait to turn on the Heat game, it's a 7 o'clock start tonight, and you turn it on late, you might sit there in the fourth quarter and going, Marcus Garrett, is he on our team? Then you might see a little more of him than maybe you anticipated.
And going back to the beginning of the season, and I've said this, and I think you would agree, that the biggest concern with this team is what you just mentioned. It's making sure these guys are healthy for when it matters. And that doesn't just mean that, they don't have a torn ACL come May. It's, you don't have that wear and tear. You want to steal breaks for these guys. You want to steal days off. And this is not to be alarmist. You were hoping that your younger players, your young all-star in Bam Adebayo, would be healthy enough to kind of shoulder the load at times. And you were kind of counting on him being the one many of these times when you were going to hope to get those guys a rest day to be the one to show. Well, he's hurt. And you were hoping to steal some off days for Jimmy Butler. Well, now they've been forced upon him to where he may have to be playing through stuff later on in the season when you're trying to steal those rest days potentially for Kyle Lowry. So the challenge for Eric Spoelstra moving forward, and this is not just in the immediate future, but long-term, and we'll talk about this week after week, it's how do you maintain a competitive team that goes out there and goes for top 3 seed in the Eastern Conference as the season rolls on, while also making sure that when you get there, when you play the games that actually matter, your guys don't have nicks and knacks and tendinitis.
And you know what, Clay? And so what I do is the week Bam Adebayo comes back, I tell PJ, take the week off. Don't go to Cabo because of COVID, but take the week off. And when Jimmy comes back, I tell Kyle, take the week off. And now people might say, well, what about chemistry? Fine. in mid-February, late February, March, then you bring it all back together after everyone's rested, after everyone's recovered, after there's this new Pfizer pill that is magic and you stay on the court anyway, and you go from there. We're still taking the long view. The Heat are still well-positioned, 4 or 5 in the Eastern Conference, not in that playoff play-in level that we have to worry about yet. So you still preserve your roster. It's a real tightrope. It's a real high-wire act for Eric Spoelstra right now. But that's how the NBA season has been. Usually it's that way with injuries. Now you have COVID. Now you have older players. This is the roster they chose. They chose a roster with a bunch of guys in their early to mid-30s, and so there are consequences there also. So it really is a minefield. It's going to be interesting to use every cliche possible about how Eric Spoelstra sort of navigates that. It really is on him.
They've got to take it one day at a time. They've got enough. They've got to put one foot in front of the other. Pick out all the cliches.
Perfect. Hey, guys, on the show.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Some great talk today. Some great questions. Great interaction. We appreciate it. The Big O Show rolls on next. Thanks for hanging out here on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint.
Been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. When you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning once again. Welcome aboard, boys and girls. Hope you are doing well. We are doing fantastic on a beautiful Wednesday. Great job by Ira. Great job by Clay, as always. Excellent stuff by them as we get ready for a little Heat action tonight. Nice basketball moment last night. We talked a little bit about Steph Curry before their segment. Wanted to kind of air it myself because I watched a little bit of it last night, and it was a good moment for the NBA. So we'll get into that. Also, with all of you out there, remember, you can always participate on the program. The text line is 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter, and that is at Big O Show Follow us there. Email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Many ways to reach out to us on the program. I see C. Dola, by the way, did not start off well this morning. He was like, the Heat is like Bitcoin, up and down. It's like, C. Dola, Bitcoin's up 143% for the year. For 2021, if you put $100 in 2021 on January 1st, right now, okay, you would have $243. Okay, so it's up 143%. So, again, macro, not micro. And then he goes to me, well, I meant cryptocurrency overall. And I told him, well, you're wrong again. Okay, because Ethereum was less than half of where it was now. It's like most of cryptocurrency is way up over the last year. You know what I mean? But it's all right. I mean, people live in the moment, and that's the problem that we have in sports, right? Ton of you gave up on Tua. Now a bunch of you are like, yeah, I think I gave up a little too soon. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, Mike Gesicki can't play. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he can play. You know, that's just how it is. We live in this little microwave moment, and we don't actually look at the big picture in life. And that's actually the problem that goes on. And C. Dola is a perfect example of all of that. Dougie Fresh says, oh, happy you're having Cameron on. Well, Cameron now is a part of the family starting next week. For those of you just tuning in, first of all, we'd like to welcome the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. They are a proud sponsor now of our program. We have partnered with them, so we're looking forward to that. As I was saying before the guys went on, I have broadcasted in many different places over the years. Okay, I'm pretty well versed in bouncing around this world and doing all kinds of things. But we are now teaming up, as you can see above us there. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department has teamed up with us, and we are really proud of that. And they are also not only are we're going to be broadcasting once a month from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, which that's something new for me. I know it's new for Sean too, because we already had this conversation. He had never, broadcasted at a police department. I've broadcasted everywhere, man. You name it, stadiums, arenas, strip clubs, casinos, bars, streets, you name it. I mean, I've broadcasted pretty much everywhere, okay? There are very few places that I haven't broadcasted at, and police station is one of them, so we will be monthly over at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department right there on Broward Boulevard, and met with them last week, had a great meeting. And it's so happy that it's grown. And not only are they proud sponsors of our show, but they also are sponsoring Cameron Wolf's NFL and Dolphin Reports, which start on Tuesday. He's joining us today for fun to kind of break the ice and all of that. But next week, he starts exclusive with us, like all of our other insiders. So the show is growing again. It continues to grow. And we are like Pac-Man, baby. We are scooping it up and making sure that you guys have the number one sports show in town. And we already are by miles. It's not even close. So we appreciate all of you out there listening to us and downloading. And I promise you, Sean and I are working incredibly hard to make this show better and better every single day. And we're just going to be able to do things that no one else can do in town. And that's kind of what we want. I want to create, look, what I wanted to do eventually with Onside is what we're going to do here. We're going to create a sports hub that you can't find anywhere for South Florida sports fans. So if you live in the Philippines or in Portugal or in Canada or in Mexico or in New York or California or Chicago or Atlanta, this is the show that you're going to want to tune into, because we're going to have all the best insiders and we're going to cover everything that goes on in South Florida sports and sports in general too, of course. We talk about everything. But as you all know, South Florida sports are always going to be the centerpiece of what we do here. So we welcome Cameron Wolf aboard. He will join us here at the bottom of the hour to have a little fun. Alan Poupar will stop by at 12:30. So we'll have plenty of Dolphins talk. You just got a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk with the guys there. So we are covering it all for you as always. The NFL has got some issues, huh? Man, 75 players in 2 days have tested positive for COVID. I saw Christian McCaffrey tested positive. And look, I don't want to make light of it, but I do have to have just a slight bit of fun with it, okay? Not the COVID part. I hope he's vaccinated, so he's fine. I'm pretty sure he is. I think most of these guys are vaccinated those at least that don't have a fake card. But with Christian McCaffrey, can you imagine what they're saying in the front office and the coach is like, okay, we can't keep this guy healthy now. He's got COVID. You know what I mean? It's like he's out for one thing or the other. It's just kind of so screwed. And listen, the COVID thing can happen to any of us. All right. I go out all the time. I try to protect myself. I wash my hands. I try to keep distance. I don't talk to people face to face and, things like that. I try to be as safe as possible. But as you all know, we could all do the right things and still end up with COVID one way or another. The good thing is I'm vaccinated and boosted, so I shouldn't die and I shouldn't end up in a hospital or a ventilator, which to me, those are the things that I wanted to avoid. Out of all of this, I wanted to avoid that. If the vaccine allows me to avoid that, then that is just absolutely fantastic. But I mean, you got to. I mean, if you're the Carolina Panthers, even fans are going, "Damn, dude, this guy can't play a whole season, and now he's got COVID." And it's like, hopefully it's just he misses a game or something like that. But this is a major problem for them now, and the players are going to have to be even more disciplined than whatever discipline they're using now is not enough. So they're going to have to take it to the next level somehow or another. Meet with as few people as possible. And the good thing, the smart thing would be for the single guys, maybe stop hooking up with all the hoes out there on the street. Maybe you want to lay off the hoes for a while. Maybe you want to lay off the clubs for a while, that kind of stuff. So at least in season, that way when you're out of season, if you get it, you're not affecting your team in any way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Players are going to have to show some kind of discipline. And the good thing for the NFL players, if I can find a silver lining in all of this, you've gotten through most of the season. You've got a few games left and the playoffs. Well, most of the league now needs to be really disciplined for the next month. If you have to be a little bit of a hermit and you got to live in your house, then do it, man. You're making a lot of money. Once the season's over, most of you aren't making the playoffs. You can go off and just do whatever you want, have some fun. That's it. And then playoff teams, well, then, hey, you're in the playoffs. If you don't want to take care of yourself and your team in the playoffs, well, then, I can't help you. I don't know if I'm in the playoffs and I'm a player in the playoffs, I'm good living at home during the playoffs and not seeing anybody and just playing with my team, meeting with my team, and my very my family that's in my house normally. That's it. No going out, that kind of stuff. They're gonna have to do something like that. And you know what? What's a bigger problem? The NBA. Because they have more games, they have more travel. There's a lot of risk now for the NBA on players missing. And I heard Ira and Clay talk a little bit about this. Making up games in the NBA is going to be so much harder now. And maybe the start of the playoffs are pushed back a little bit so they can allow, because some of these games are going to determine playoff spots or positionings. One of the two, or both, actually. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it'll affect the spots and the positioning. Because people are going to miss games and teams are going to have to. Now we've got what is it, the Bulls? Now they've cut out 2 of their games and they're a playoff caliber team. So they're going to have to play those games. That's going to affect somebody else. So I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to have to, at the end of the season, then try to get those games in and then, take care of business after that. They all charter their planes. So, it's not like Donald Sterling is still in the league because he probably made the Clippers, take coach and on regular planes. But the good thing is he's no longer in the league. So we'll see. Let's what do we have here? Big O Kenneth Cleveland is live from the Boom Boom Room. Big O, the lovely ladies, Hallie, Selma, Sophia, Paige, Charlize, and Beyonce accept the Bitcoin as payment in the VIP. They better. And with inflation getting worse and worse, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just saying. Bitcoins are going to be so much stronger than the dollar. Now, whether they're going to print another trillion, Biden thinks this is like monopoly money, dude. So just saying. Let's see. Jimmy Bone says McKinney is in on those at A-line tackles for Giants. Wouldn't have heard plus Giants returns. We have no return game now. Why? What conversation is going on there? I don't know what the hell that is. Okay. That poontang is a strong attractment. That's what Robert says, and I have no idea what that means. C. Dola says Jaycon Harris was a 4-star also. What the hell are you guys talking about? Thomas Jensen. The Canes got another 4-star QB. It's looking like quarterback U once again. Well, let's wait till they actually play. We know that Tyler's good. Let's wait till the other guys actually play before we get too crazy about. I'm not the guy that gets crazy about high school recruits. I've watched way too many of them be absolute screw ups and completely disappoint at all positions, including quarterback. So, I'm just happy we got Tyler Van Dyke next year. Okay. Kid can ball. I don't know about Jake, and I don't know about this, Jaycon Harris guy or whatever. We'll see. Although, did you guys see Chip Kelly? So Chip Kelly has got a quarterback that Walker Howard that was there, and he had to kind of convince him, to stay and all that kind of stuff. So Walker tweeted out him and what's it called, Chip Kelly, and here's a video of him and Chip Kelly, and look at the things that coaches have to do now to win these kids over and then win other kids over, because obviously you got to do this for Walker. So they're standing on this platform that's got the LSU logo, and then it's going to spin and there's lights and all that kind of stuff. And then you watch Chip Kelly actually start grooving. Now I want you to look at the platform that we're watching and look at the bottom part. I don't know if you can see it, but Chip Kelly's practically hogging the entire circle, and the recruit is hanging on the edge of the other side of the circle. I mean, his toes are on the other side. Meanwhile, Chip Kelly, and I would imagine because he's older and all that, balance, they probably needed to be there. The kid can easily hang out there. He's got better balance. But I will play this video for you now.
I spent last night in the arms of a girl in Louisiana. Going out on the highway, my thoughts are still with her. Such a strange combination.
Is that crazy or what? That's what you got to do for recruits now. That's the kind of stuff you're doing now for recruits. Wow. Holy moly. I mean, you've got to jump through all kinds of hoops. You got to act like a complete idiot, and this is the kind of stuff you think old men want to do that kind of stuff because they look awkward doing all of that. It's not like they look cool, right? Chip Kelly. What's it called? Uh, what's it called? Kelly doesn't look like he's comfortable doing that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So just yeah. Now I don't know. Would Mario look better than Brian doing that crap right now? Because you kind of view Mario a little younger than him, but not that young either. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Does Mario do that kind of stuff for his recruits? Is he going to have to jump through those kind of hoops? I mean, it's like they come up with this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, coach, we got to do this. This is your kids love this stuff and all that. And oh, look at him. Look, Brian Kelly's cool. I don't know. Can you imagine Nick Saban? Well, I mean, he's shaking hands with a bird on an Aflac commercial. He's wearing that silly blue jacket. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Either way, it's yeah, I can see Saban doing it now. If he's willing to do the Aflac commercial, I mean, we've watched Saban do all kinds of stuff now that you would say, like that Aflac commercial alone. Could you imagine a few years back Saban doing that? That bitter dude? No. But he's loosened up a little bit over the last few years. I'm sure he's a hard ass and all that still, but he gets it. And he has to do certain things that he normally would have never done. But it's funny, you watch Brian Kelly there doing that, and you're like, holy crap. The stuff you've got to do now for recruits. We'll see. We shall see. Let's see. What else do we have going on the program? Remember, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the text line, that's another way to reach out to us. Don't forget, please, to smash the hell out of the like button while you're watching the show. It is very important you smash that like button, man, and support us there. What else do we have? I don't know what that means. Some of these texts, sometimes I can't read some of these texts you guys send. Hey, who has the Finns let go and is balling out when they were considered bad here under Coach Flo and Chris? Well, not bad, but what's it called? Flowers has played well. He's played better than any of the linemen we have here now. I don't know how the Emmanuel guy has ranked, because those are two guys that Flo released, and they're playing. I know one of them is playing way better than anybody we have on the line right now. So Eric Flowers, Flo probably thought he didn't need him. Well, he needed him this year. So that's definitely a guy that is helping somebody else out and could have helped out. I don't know what the other guy, if he's still starting or helping out or filling in, but that might have helped out too. And right now you're watching in the return game. Are you better without Jakeem Grant? Not really. You're not really better without Jakeem Grant. He's the only guy in the NFL that's returned the punt for a touchdown. And he's actually played really well the last 2 weeks. And I don't know if it's the environment. It's not about winning, but it's about maybe whoever's coaching you is giving you the confidence and you're feeling more comfortable to go out and do your job. But they're not better in return. So I got to start thinking about over the last couple of years, are you better with Kyle Van Noy right now on the defense? It's another veteran. Early in the season, would you have been better off? Well, actually, right now, too. But no, because he plays free. But would you have been better off starting off the season with Bobby McCain to help the young safeties in transition? Probably. So there are players you can think of that they released and could have helped this team, and they would have been a better team right now. There's no doubt about that. That's there's a few of those guys. Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? So who's our starting powerhouse running back this week? Doesn't really matter. It's we talked about this yesterday, Darren, and I guess you didn't you weren't listening at that time. Those of you that are worried about the running back, you're worried about absolutely nothing. Doesn't matter. No running back's going to make a difference behind this line. See, the problem is for Darren and plenty of you, well, who's the next running back? Well, that doesn't mean that any of these running backs are going to make an impact anyways. And your running back for the Miami Dolphins doesn't make an impact running. He makes an impact blocking. So really, in the end, you better worry about whoever plays the running back position can block, because their running really isn't going to determine anything in the game, really. All you're doing is trying to keep somebody honest because you're trying to run the ball. But to any Dolphin fan out there that is losing sleep about the running back, that's buffoonery, bro. You're really not looking at what the hell's going on with the team. So right now, until you get a line, your running back's not going to even make an impact anyways. So the only impact I expect from the line, that's why I'm hoping Philip Lindsay can get 2 negatives before Saturday, because if he can get cleared, I know he can block. And that's all I worry about right now. Block. I don't give a shit who the running back is. There's no running back unless you tell me they signed Barry Sanders and he took the fountain of youth and he's back to 27 years old. Okay. Then I tell you, okay, now we got an impact running game, because I don't care what the line does. That guy will reel off a couple of really long runs because he's Barry Sanders. If we got Ricky Williams, if the dreadlock demon is back, then okay. But whatever running back they have or anything that's available in free agency, none of them are the answers, Darren. So just hope your running back can block. That's what you got to hope for, Dolphin fans. Don't think about the running game actually being impactful. But, it's like it's the same thing as any Dolphin fan thinking that Flo will figure out next year and figure out the coaches. So what do you think over the next 4 weeks they're going to figure out the running game? You think that because Lindsey or Gaskin or Brown or Duke, or if they sign Lamar or anybody else, you think they're going to be able to run the ball successfully? Please. It's about blocking, period. End of story. Because your line is greasy and somebody's going to get through as always. And you just better hope you got a back that can block, period. That's all I want for the Dolphins. A back that can pick up a block. I don't care about running. They're not going to make any impact there. So asking about who the running back is or worried about the running game is a waste of time. Okay? Just hope he can block. That's what matters. Nothing more, nothing less. Howard Stacks Johnson is in. Akaris One says, don't worry, Big O. I'm going to bring my jersey to fill in for running back for the Finns. I scored 4 TDs in 1 game in high school. Well, you've got a better chance than anybody else. Let's see. Mayfield on the COVID list, not good for the Browns. I mean, what can I tell you? Is he still doing commercials? That's all I care about for Baker Mayfield. Mike Honcho says, let Albert Wilson play running back. The Finns tailgate says, hey, if we don't get any other running backs and we only have Duke, you think we'll see Ethan Carter back there as a fullback? Maybe we'll do 4 tight ends out there, LOL. Ross Romero says, I love how this man gives Greer all the credit to building for the roster, but turns around and says Flo has final say on cuts. Well, Ross, I mean, listen, it's not a matter of asking you or Omar Kelly. And if Omar doesn't believe it, he's also wrong. And I've told him he's wrong. I've told him to use common sense. Use common sense. What general manager wants to sign Kyle Van Noy and Eric Flowers and give them the contract and then cut them the next year and take the contract hits? What general manager wants to do that? He controls the 53, dude. He wants them off. He's doing the same thing Philbin and Gase. Look, man, if you guys don't want to believe things, whatever, man. I get it. That's how this world is. We got idiots walking around that still think the election was rigged. You know what I'm saying? So people will believe whatever they want to believe, bro. We got QAnon people walking around thinking that Tom Hanks is killing babies or something, So you can believe whatever you want to believe. Do you think it was Chris Greer that said cut Jakeem Grant and trade him away? Or do you think it was Flo? I mean, really, use common sense. He controls the 53. So if he wants somebody off, just like Joe Philbin, just like Adam Gase, dude, there's no difference between the three men. They have problems with egos. And they cut people that have an opinion. Go look at the coaching staff and go look at the rosters. There are no leaders practically. There are very few people with experience. There's none on the coaching staff. And in the players, there's very few guys left. What do you think went behind it? Man, I keep trying to explain to some of you out there, but I mean, if you choose to be ignorant, you can go ahead and choose to be ignorant, my man or woman, whoever you are out there, if you don't want to believe it. I can't do anything about it, man. I can't help you. No, I get it, dude. No, wasn't Trump supposed to take over in August? Right? Wasn't that? A lot of people believe that too, right? Yeah, okay. All right. I mean, believe whatever you want, man. I can't do anything. I can't help you. I really can't. Let's see. What else do we have here? Michael Moorhead. Thank you. A little love on the super chat. Says, Big O, if they go coaching change, do you worry about a so-called quarterback whisper impending Tua? The kid is figuring it out on his own. I'm pretty sure that if they go with a coaching change, it'll be somebody that is accepting of Tua. That's probably what they would do, if anything. You know what I'm saying? All right, give us 30 seconds, and Cameron Wolf will be joining us next week. He joins us on a permanent basis. He becomes a part of the family here, and it'll be the segment will be called, I already got it here, the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, NFL, and Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Cameron Wolf.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found on flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
All righty, there he is.
Let's go.
Good morning, my brother, and welcome to the family. How you doing?
Appreciate you, Big O. I'm doing awesome. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Can't complain. Just so you guys will know, Cameron will start next week on Tuesdays. He'll have his segment, and then on game days, he'll also be joining us. And so he'll be covering the NFL and the Miami Dolphins, obviously, because he does a little bit of both for the NFL Network. So good stuff there. Are you in town this weekend, or do they have you on assignment somewhere?
I'm actually out of town, but I am not on assignment. I'm going to do a family trip up in Philly this
Oh,
weekend.
okay.
So yeah, get a weekend off, and I'm gonna do a family trip, and then I got Thursday night football next week in Nashville with the
Oh,
Titans and 49ers.
so your old stomping grounds. There you go.
Old stomping
Nice.
grounds for sure.
I like it. I like it. So a little cheesesteaks and then Tennessee next week. All right,
Yeah,
nothing
hot
wrong with
chicken
so
out there.
where
That's their deal.
so whenever I go to Philly, what's the place I have to go to have my cheesesteak?
Oh, Ishkabibbles. Ishkabibbles on the south side.
Okay.
Definitely is where you want to go off South Street. I'm not gonna warn you. Oh, it's a little bit in the rougher side of town, so you got to be prepped. But it's the best cheesesteaks you can get in Philly. I always go there. I'm planning to stop there this weekend. Everybody goes to like Jim's and Pat's and all these other kind of cliche spots. They have decent cheesesteaks. Ishkabibble has great cheesesteaks. Not overly greasy. You're not gonna have a bucket of grease with side of meat. You're gonna get a good cheesesteak.
Let me just give you a little something. I grew up in Little Havana. Not the nicest of neighborhoods at times. Arbondale Elementary was a spot where the Latin Kings were, which was a major gang here in Miami back in the day. They used to have their initiations in our park. And the initiations were with bats and knives and stuff. And I even saw once an entire hefty bag full of marijuana there at the park. Been involved in drive-bys where you had to get yourself on the floor because if not, you could have been hit. So yeah, don't worry about it. I grew up in my own wild world
I feel
in
you.
Miami back in the day. So it's all good. We can handle some of those neighborhoods. We're kind of used to it because we kind of grew up in a tough element at times. So all right, now I know where to go to get my cheesesteak if I'm in Philly. Now Tennessee.
Indeed.
It's all about music and barbecue, right? I mean,
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely. That's their thing. Go to Broadway Street, get you some music, some honky tonks if that's your vibe. Barbecue there. Love you. Find you some brisket, some ribs. Hot chicken's also a vibe there. It's fried chicken, but it's spicy. You can get whatever spice you want, but the spice is not in the breading; it's in the chicken. So a lot of times you get spicy chicken. You can take the breading off, and it's just the meat. Nah, you get the spicy,
right.
the hot chicken. It's cooked throughout. The spices are cooked throughout. So that's a pretty dope part of Nashville too. So I'm definitely gonna give me some barbecue and hot chicken out there.
That's one place. I'm not dying to go. I've been to Philadelphia a ton back when I was really young, but Tennessee is a place. Nashville is a place I'm dying to go, dude, because all I hear about the music scene there, and I'm a monster music guy. Just going to hang out in those bars and listen to the music. That would be pretty cool to hang out in that area, man. I'm looking forward to that. Let me ask you. So now you're going back to go visit my boy Tannehill. Were you a believer that he was ever a franchise guy? Because, I never believed that he was a franchise guy, even when he was lighting it up with Derrick Henry, because I always figured it was Derrick Henry, and he's kind of gotten exposed again now without Derrick Henry. So I'm wondering, where did you stand with Tannehill? Did you think he was a franchise guy or maybe just really a game manager on his best days?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you view franchise guy. Like, do you view franchise guy as a guy you win a Super Bowl because? Then no, I don't think he was ever going to be the
Yeah,
reason
difference
why
maker.
you won. Right.
A
Yeah, I
franchise
don't
guy
think
for
he
me is a
ever.
difference maker. A difference maker.
So
That's me.
yeah,
That's a
so for
franchise
me,
guy.
I never viewed Tannehill as a guy that you can win because a difference maker. I viewed him as a guy if you had the right things around him, everything around him, offensive line, the running game, the defense, then you can
Okay.
win with him. And that's kind of what we've seen the last couple of years in Tennessee. When Derrick Henry's healthy, that O line's going, they can win with him. But as you're seeing without him, he's a very, kind of average quarterback in that lens. So I think we're probably on the
All
same
right.
page with that.
All right. So now I'll lead you into our guy here in Tua. See,
Yep.
I believe he's a franchise guy. I believe he is a difference maker. And if for the people that didn't believe in him, now they're watching him work with very little and he's making it work, which to me it proves. See, one of the things that not only are you a difference maker if you're a franchise guy in my definition, but I also need to see how you are in chaos, because chaos is going to happen. It's great when you have a line. It's great when the running game's working. It's great when everybody's healthy. But what happens when you're playing with your third tackle? What happens when you're playing with your third center? What happens when the running back's out? Can you overcome those kind of things? And that, to me, hell, this kid too has played in chaos from day one, because they don't have a line in a running game. So it's been chaotic, and he's passed that test for me. So where do you stand with Tua now? Were you a believer? Did he make you a believer? Are you still not a believer? Where are you at with Tua as a quarterback?
Oh man, I definitely was a believer when he first came here. I don't know if you remember, but when I was at
I
ESPN,
do.
we did a draft special, and I had the saying that kind of rode through that week of scared money don't make no money, and I was trying to tell Chris Greer to pull the trigger. So I was a big Tua supporter. I thought that he had the it factor, the ability coming out of college to really be a guy that leads you to the Super Bowl. Now I will say I did not see Justin Herbert playing as well as he has in the early part of his career. I thought he had a lot of inconsistencies in Oregon, and so I thought Tua was clearly the better option. Now Tua,
But
I
dare,
think
dare
that
I say, by the way, dare I say this in this town, and I'm a Mario fan, and I'm glad they hired him. But I'll be honest, I don't believe Mario did Herbert any favors at all.
he didn't. He didn't. He
He
didn't.
didn't.
That whole, I don't
He
know
had
how
no
much was on
he
Mario
had no
versus his
signature
assistants.
moments. Yeah, he had
Right.
no signature moments, and he was winning games with his legs, not his arm. So
Exactly.
so go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So I think what hurts Tua a lot is that he's compared so often to Justin Herbert when they're different styles of quarterbacks. Justin is the sexier quarterback. He's going to be the guy who makes a lot of 65-yard, 70-yard bombs, ends up on Sports Center. He's tall. He's got the big arm. He's exactly the prototypical quarterback. Whereas Tua, he's smaller. He's a little bit more of an accuracy-based quarterback rather than a big thrower. So I think that was unfair that everything was compared to Justin when they're different style of quarterbacks. So for me, I think that Tua has shown a lot of growth in the second half of this year, particularly when he came back from injury. I don't know if he's fully proved yet that he can be the franchise quarterback, but he's proven to me that he deserves more time to continue on that path. And every time I've seen him, he's made continued growth, which is what I want to see from my young quarterback. And like you mentioned, he's sort of shown it in the worst circumstances you've got. So if I've seen him with the worst offensive setup I can get, then I want to see him when he has a great setup and what it looks like. So I have been impressed with Tua. I think that he still needs to elevate himself to in fourth quarter in the big moments, but a lot of that's going to come in opportunities. So I'm a Tua believer. I think that with with more time, with the better offensive line, he can be a guy they can win a championship with.
I obviously I am the lead guy in the Tuanon, and what's gone on, because I was the guy that was marveled with last year. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because if you don't know the offense very well, you weren't the number one guy in the off season taking all the reps. You were rehabbing your hip, yet you still won more than you lost. You threw more touchdowns than interceptions, and at the end of the year, you were even honest enough to say, dude, I didn't know the whole playbook yet. So now you come to year two, offensive line and running game have not gotten any better. You're still playing under chaotic situations. There is no fits now. So now you're on your own, and you have just gotten better and better and better under difficult situations with fractured ribs and a fractured finger. To me, I get more impressed with him every single day, because he hasn't had the coaching that supports him. We lost him there. Wait a minute. We lost him. We got to get him back. Let's get Cameron Wolf back here on the program, and we'll hook up, and we'll get him in here. But for me, that's been the thing that has impressed me the most. And we'll get Cam Wolf back, is that he hasn't had that support, and he's been able to overcome, whether it's weak coaching, whatever it is, he's been able to overcome all of that stuff. There he is. And so Cam, he's been able to overcome what I don't think is good coaching, whether it's quarterbacks coach, offensive line, or offensive coordinator. He doesn't have an offensive line. He doesn't have a running game. He really only has one reliable receiver in Waddle, and he has a reliable tight end.
Yep.
He has another reliable receiver, but somehow or another they don't play Matt Collins enough. But whatever, that's another subject. For me, I've watched him overcome all of this. And all I say is when you get him good coaching and you get him a line and a running game, look out, dude. The kid's going to be a monster because he's doing it with very little. And to me, that's the ultimate test of what he's been so far. That's why I'm on I guess I'm in the real minority that all I've done is I've been impressed with this young man because he has overcome every bit of adversity that he has faced.
No, I think we're very similar boats. I think if I could speak to the fans for a little bit, because I know there's a group of fans, the Tua Non, who are full in on Tua, and then there's another group who hate Tua. And I think that it's interesting how this guy has such a polarizing contrast. I don't know if I've seen anything like it, maybe since like Tim Tebow, of how certain guys have all in, other guys is completely out. I think what you have to decide, if you're a Dolphins fan, trying to decide if I'm on the Tua boat or not, how important is it for your quarterback to look sexy? How important is it for your quarterback to be efficient and win? If you want Tua to match the Patrick Mahomes throws, the Lamar Jackson athleticism, then you're going to be disappointed. That's not he doesn't have the elite physical skill sets. That's what every criticism is. But for me, I want to see my quarterback win, and I want to see my quarterback be accurate. I want to see my quarterback have pocket presence and step in big moments. And I've seen all those elements from Tua. So although he's not going to end up on a lot of SportsCenter top 10 reels, I think you can win with him. And I think the disservice that happened with Tua is in the draft process, a lot of people compared him to Russell Wilson, when I think the better comp is Drew Brees. Drew Brees is your high-end comp for Tua. And Drew Brees was the same way, where he didn't throw a lot of 70-yard bombs, but hey, he's going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback because he won and he was one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league. So people always ask, what's Tua's superpower? I think his superpower is his accuracy and his pocket presence.
We had a guy like that. We're just not – most of you are too young, but his name is Bob Greasy. You know what I mean? It's like this past week or 2 weeks ago, oh, my God, Belichick out-schemed Buffalo. The quarterback only threw 3 times. By the way, if Tua throws 3 times in a game, he gets killed. I mean, assassinated. But anyway, 40-some years ago, Don Shula had Bob Greasy throw 6 times in a Super Bowl, and they won. So this is not the first time that it's happened in the NFL. It happened years ago when Bob Greasy said, I got a line. I got 3 running backs. I don't need to throw the ball because you can't stop me. Here we go. And, when you have a Hall of Fame line and Hall of Fame backs, well, then, you're gonna do what you have to do to win the game. And Bob Greasy was just like Tua, not a big receiver, not a big arm, super accurate, super smart, and that's it. And he won. That's all that mattered.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so whether it's Greasy, whether it's Breeze, I'm with you. I've seen this quarterback before in the NFL win. Chad Pennington was a taller version of Tua. That's all it is. He's Tua, but it was a taller version of Tua. Super accurate, super smart. Same thing as Tua, dude. He was a winner. Only thing that killed Pennington were the injuries as it mounted, because since he wasn't gifted by the grace of God with a Jamarcus Russell arm, unfortunately, the injuries took a toll and it really weakened his arm. And we got a weak one here. His arm was weak already when it got here to Miami, and you still made the playoffs with the guy because he was smart and efficient.
Exactly. It's going to be very interesting to see how the narrative shifts if the Dolphins make the playoffs, if things go well, if he leads into that win. Because like you've seen, winning changes everything. Winning changes narratives. And you've already seen it shift in season where people were like, Tua's – and it's all happening because they're winning. Like Tua, yes, he's playing better. But a lot of it's changing just simply because the Dolphins are having more success. And I think that you could look at the New England Patriots as the best example. You mentioned Mac Jones throwing 3 passes. I don't think Mac Jones is having a incredible season. I don't think he's doing anything that different than what Tua was doing last year, that Tua's doing this year. But he
throws
being
less
praised.
deep balls than Tua. He throws less deep balls than Tua, dude. Okay? Everybody picks on, not everybody, but people pick on deep balls with Tua, and they throw less deep balls with Mac Jones.
Right. And I will say Mac Jones has looked better than I thought he was going to look as a rookie.
Yeah.
Like he's had some really nice moments. But you look at that team, they're built around their defense, they're built around their running game, and they've won. And so winning elevates quarterbacks no matter how you do. Right now, they're talking about Mac Jones as a rookie of the year, and maybe he wins it. But to me, there's such a drastic narrative that we had around Tua, who's very similar in style and how they go about it compared to Mac. So that element to me is very interesting, and narratives define who it was. And I think Tua, to an extent, gets hurt because he had such a big profile coming out of college that everybody had these huge expectations and huge hopes that everything he could have done was going to look like a downgrade from what the vibe was in college. So I'm on the Tua boat. I think that he's going to have a really good career, and I hope the Dolphins, get the patience to see it through with him.
I'm with you there. I hope they build around him, and if they do, I think you're gonna win big with this young man. And of course, you are listening to and watching the Fort Lauderdale Police Department NFL and Miami Dolphin Insider Report with Cameron Wolf. He'll officially start on Tuesday, but I figured we bring him on today and have a little teaser leading into next week as he joins the family. Cam, when we look at what's gone on, dude, the last couple of days, 75 players testing positive, and this is. We're not out of the woods yet, obviously, and the Dolphins are dealing with 3 running backs right now that are dealing with COVID, and we're hoping that they can get 1 or 2 back, especially Lindsey, because after watching him block, because I was just telling Dolphin fans this before you came on, well, who's going to be the running back this week? And I go, don't worry about the running back. It doesn't matter the running game. No running game is going to be impactful anyways. Just worry about whoever's back there can actually block. Okay, make sure he can block. That's what you need more than anything else, that your running back can block. Oh, we lost him again. But so we'll get Cameron Wolf on and talk a little bit about that, because this thing with COVID is a major problem. Obviously, it's a major problem for the entire world, not just the NFL. So this COVID thing is obviously a major problem for the world, not just the NFL. And we're watching the backs now. And I was just saying that before you came on, I was telling Dolphin fans, because they were asking me, well, who's going to be the running back? And and I go, don't worry about the running game. The running game is not going to be impactful. Just worry about whoever's back there. Hope that they can block, because that's really what you need from your Dolphin running back right now. You know what I'm saying?
Being able to pick up some blitz protection. Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I'm hoping
on that running back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing on that running back token, don't be surprised if Malcolm Brown actually is able to return this week off IR. Okay. He's been out 4 or 5 weeks, and it's funny you mentioned pass blocking. He's actually probably their best pass blocking running back out of that group. So he's not the best runner. He's definitely not the best runner, but if you just need a guy to pass block, that might be a guy. If he's able to come, I think he's going to practice today from what I understand. And, he may be able to come back. And, yeah, they're still holding out hope that at least one of those backs comes off the COVID IR list. They're all vaccinated. So it's just 2 negative tests. It's just whenever they test negative out. So that's a really up in the air element. But, yeah, you're right. This COVID thing is scary. Baker Mayfield just tested positive today. I think a bunch of Browns are on the list. A bunch of Rams are on the list. A bunch of people in Washington and Detroit. I just got my booster yesterday because I was seeing all these cases come up. So it's going to be interesting to see how the NFL keeps churning. This is a train that they're not going to stop this train for anything. I'm telling you. There could be 30 guys out, and they're going to say we're playing this game. So it's going to be interesting to see how many games are impacted because teams are decimated by COVID.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. They're definitely not going to stop it. There's too much money involved. Have you heard of them try? Because the good thing for the NFL is, if I can find a positive, most of your season is done now. So you've only got about a month of football left, and then half the league won't be in the playoffs anyway, so then you're fine. But there's got to be, I wonder if teams are talking to their players and saying, hey, guys, we need you to kind of shut down after work and don't go out in the clubs, don't go out in the streets. Try to stay away as possible. We need to finish this season in one piece. Have you heard if there's some extra messaging going on out there?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I've heard multiple teams talking and really reiterating that point. Like, it's interesting because a lot of the cases now are vaccinated players, whereas before it was unvaccinated players. So it's like, hey, get the vaccine was the only message. Get the vaccine and you'll be fine. You can live your life normally. And now we're understanding that the vaccine, although it helps the symptoms, it doesn't save you from getting COVID. So now there's another conversation that's being had in the last couple of weeks. Like, be very careful. You can't tell guys not to go live their life and do anything, but you can say, hey, think about this. Think about, when you decide, hey, I'm going to go to a concert or I'm going to go in the middle of a bar or something and that. So those conversations are definitely being had throughout a lot of different organizations. And I think, one element that you're going to see coming up is the NFL just sent a memo to all their teams yesterday saying that players have to get the booster shot by the end of this month. So there's another requirement for all players, all coaches to get the booster shot. So, obviously, if you got the shot before, you're most likely going to get the booster shot. But, if there's going to be any players that are hesitant in that realm, then they're going to be treated as an unvaccinated player. And that's going to be more restrictions like not being able to travel outside on your off days and having to test every day. So that's one element to watch in the coming weeks. But like you said, there's definitely an onus, especially as we get to the playoffs. Can you imagine right before a divisional playoff game or an AFC championship, a guy like Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson test positive? They're not going to move the game for him. They're just going to say, hey, you got to deal with it. So especially as the games become more important, there becomes an added urgency on like, hey, we got a bigger picture here. Let's put the stuff on hold until the offseason.
I got my booster over a month ago, but I have 5 stents in my heart, so I have to really be careful when it's all said and done. But Cam, obviously, I get cynical since I've been in this business for a long time, and you know how it is. You've been lied to and misled all kinds of ways and shapes and forms. I do wonder how many fake cards are still out there because I'm watching players test positive, and I'm watching NBA players now. And NBA, you think the NFL has a problem? Oh my God, the NBA has way more games and travel. Oh man, that's going to be a real problem for the NBA. So I'm just wondering how many more of those
and the
cards
NBA has a smaller amount of people as well, so like they play indoors, which is another element. So I think it's all really interesting because I just saw the other day the NBA postponed 2 Chicago Bulls games. Because they had under 8 players or something, and they only have 15 on the roster, so more than half the rosters in the close contact spectrum, which is wild. So I think you're absolutely right. The Antonio Brown thing was kind of like saying the quiet part out loud. There had already been conversations throughout the league about guys skirting the protocol, getting the vaccine. Like, you've seen the vaccine cards. It's not that hard if you get a blank vaccine card to write some numbers in, and if nobody's really checking, you've got a card. So I'm sure there's other guys who just haven't got checked into, that just weren't Antonio Brown, that are walking around, unvaccinated, maskless, and potentially spreading this virus all through their facilities. So that's another issue, the selfish players who are going about that way.
All right, so do we get the half dozen this week? You got the Dolphins. Is the prediction they defeat the Jets this week?
They should absolutely be a shock if they didn't. I think they do. I actually think that it's going to be a very impressive game for them. They haven't had that. They've had I think one full game this year where I'm like, offense, defense, special teams, excellent. I think this is the second game this year where they play a complete game. I can see them winning by 2 touchdowns, getting a few interceptions off of Zach Wilson, and Tua having a 300-plus yard day. I think this is coming off a bye week. I think they play really well and capitalize on this opportunity. I'm really excited about them on this back end of the run. I know Brian Flores looks one day at a time. Me and you, we can look ahead. And the schedule for them, they got the Jets. They got the Saints after this. It's in New Orleans, but they're playing a Saints team that hasn't been very good. And then they had the Titans in Tennessee, but that team's without Derrick Henry. Why not see them at 9-7 going into the finale against the New England Patriots here in Miami? They win, they get into the playoffs and potentially knock the Patriots off the home field advantage. They lose, they go home. Can you imagine the implications of that game? So I'm looking forward to it. The Dolphins just have to handle their business.
I would love to see them run the table and win these next 4 games, especially end the season again with a Patriot win like they did a couple years ago when they ended it in Foxborough in their first year under Brian Flores. He is Cameron Wolf. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Catch him on the NFL Network. And now you can catch him exclusively here in South Florida, right here on our show with the Fort Lauderdale Police Department NFL and Miami Dolphins Insider Report. Cam, appreciate you, my brother. Look forward to this. It's going to be a lot of fun as we continue to build this baby up. Thank you.
Let's go.
Let's do it. You got it. There you go. Cameron Wolf, baby. Let's get ready for the next hour right here on the Big O Radio Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing a personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Hour number 3, 4, whatever it is here on the program. But really 3, because we only started at 15 minutes. Before the 9 o'clock hour. Love it. I love it. Meth T 2001 says, I love how you're getting all of these guys involved weekly. Joe Shad, Omar Kelly, Alan Pupar, and now Cam Wolf. That's right, baby. That's right. Nobody is going to stop us here on this program. Sean and I are going to continue to build this thing up. And create, like I told you, listen, I'm a major sports fan. And I love my Dolphins, and I love my Canes, and I love my Heat, and I love my Marlins, and Inter Miami, and the Panthers, and every team locally, man. FIU, FAU, I got nothing but love for you all also. Okay? No matter what a disaster FIU has been because of damn Pete Garcia. You know, hopefully now, although I will say this, I like their new coach. He gave me a nice vibe. I don't know if they're going to support the man and all that stuff, but kind of like what they did. But I'm a fan of all the teams locally, man. And I'm a hardcore sports fan. So I want to create a show in the image that the South Florida sports fan around the world needs. So if something's happening with Inter Miami, we're going to bring on, whether it was Alex yesterday or Michelle Kaufman or Franco Panizo. If it's hockey, we'll bring on David Dwork and George Richards and the people that cover the hockey team and the people that cover the basketball teams and the football teams. That's what this is all about. Why? Because I am you. I'm born in Belglade, Florida, raised in South Florida. You know what I mean? So nobody that runs QAM or 790 can say the same thing. Why? Because there are a whole bunch of corporate assholes that live somewhere else. So they don't care about this town. They don't care about people. They just care about numbers, and that's why you're seeing the push for more national programming in different markets, and they're eliminating the local programming. FM radio does the same thing. They have 4 or 5 DJs that are recording for hundreds of stations across the country. You don't get to connect with personal DJs anymore. It's happening less and less and less. And that's why you saw that last promotion that we had coming in that said, that we do things that corporate entities will never do. Why? Because I've worked for those corporate entities. And they can't do this kind of stuff. They won't do this kind of stuff. So I'm glad that they won't do it. It opens up the door for us to become more and more powerful. And it opens the door for you to get the kind of show you want every single day. So you can find out what's going on with the Canes. Okay, what's going on with the Panthers? What's going on with the basketball team? I need to know. All of that stuff, you'll always find out about it here on this show. Because that's always going to be the center of our universe. So that's why we're going to grab QAM by the throat and trash their ass and kick their ass up and down the street like we've been doing now since we started this thing. Okay? So there you go. And I appreciate all of you out there, as always, for supporting us, spreading the word, sharing the link, hitting that like. You got to hit that like button, man. Visit our sponsors. Okay, whether it's Pallet Rack City, which is a great company, helps a lot of other companies get organized for your warehouse. So like I've told you before, if you're out in the west coast of Florida, you're out in the Gold Coast or here in South Florida, call the people at Pallet Rack City. Call Eddie Pereira. Tell him that Big O sent you. Call Caneswear that you're seeing right above me so you can shop for your Canes, Dolphins, and make sure you tell them about our show. All of these kind of things. That you guys are the vehicle that's going to help us make this a monster. You want the show that'll be live at the NBA Finals or the NHL Finals or the Super Bowl? That's this show. You want the show that's going to cover the East-West Shrine Game and the Senior Bowl and the Combine and the NBA Summer League? That's this show. Okay? And if the Marlins ever make a commitment money-wise, we're going to the owners' meetings too. That's what I want this show. I want the show that I want to create the kind of programming that we kind of got to almost at QAM pretty much. I'm going to go a little farther, a little more extreme. That's all. So I appreciate all of you out there, man. And Cameron Wolf is not the last guy we're adding. Okay? Not the last guy. We're not done. We're going to be adding more and more and more. All right. Let's see. What do we have here? I hate that players can't play. It's like a new evil twist in the season. Sad to see. Well, I mean, we're in a pandemic. 14 players on the list for the Browns. They are screwed. Yeah. They were kind of headed down that screwed road as it is. right now with everything that's gone on with them. So, what are you going to do? Let's see. What else do we have here? All right, you guys are, I guess, talking a whole bunch of virus stuff. Clarence Collins, good interview, Big O. Thank you, sir. I will never get it, and I promised a crap load of all those cards are. Oh, you promised? You think they're all forged? Well, you'll find out. If any of the guys end up getting seriously sick, then you'll know that they lied about their card and they're not really vaccinated. Now, if most of these guys get it and it passes through them right away and they're not affected, then they had the immunity, So that's a good. I hope I hope they all had their shots, because I don't want it to happen. Big Bob says just bought some CKB. So did I, Bob. At 1.9. Right? It's at 1.9 right now, right? I just bought some a little while ago myself. Let's see. Nervos is at 1.8. Wow, it went down again. Okay. All right. There you go. So I got it at 1.9. Now I went on to 1.8. Let's do it, because that thing is going to soar. I'm with you, Bob. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. There you go. A little more. Had to add a little more. We added a little more. Thank you, Bob. You reminded me. It went down a little bit more. I bought a little more. That's how you do it. There you go. There you go. These are opportunities, man. I got myself a little more Bitcoin because it's down. I'm good. VeChain's really cheap right now. Polkadot is a steal. Where's Polkadot right now? Is it at 25 something? 24.74 is Polkadot right now. That's awesome. Did you see OKCoin added Crow last night? That was the new coin they added. They're in the middle of their 12 days of Christmas and 12 new coins. So every day, I believe that was the 7th coin yesterday, if I'm correct, that OKCoin added. And they ended up adding Crow. I got to tell you, I was blown away when I did not expect them to add Crow. Okay. No, 9th day. That's the 9th coin. So they've got 10, 11, and 12 left. So they've got 3 more days. So they added Crow yesterday. That's crazy. That one got me. I did not see that coming whatsoever. OKCoin has added, I can tell you the coins right now, actually. And they have grown a lot, man. They are growing so much every single day. They added Crow, Flow, The Graph, Loop Ring, Internet Computer, Gala Games. And let me tell you, Gala Games is a really good one to invest in. I'm a financial advisor. I'm not a financial advisor or anything. I'm just a guy who loves crypto. And right now it's at 46 cents, and it is a deal because it was over 50 cents. It's down 7% right now in the dip. They added Chili's, they added Decentraland Mana, they added Engine Coin. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, those are the 9 that they've added right there. And Gala is one that I have in my portfolio a little bit there. I don't have a ton of Gala, but I do like Gala because it's in that metaverse. It's with the games and all that, and it's one of those that you want to get in early. Hey, Star Atlas. It has been on a deal too right now. Also, I got me some Star Atlas yesterday when it was in the 11 and 12 range. Now it's been in the 14, 15 range since last night. So it's actually gone up. So any of us that took advantage of the dip yesterday, you're already enjoying some of the profits too. And Star Atlas, remember, I'm telling you about Star Atlas now, and people will start talking about Star Atlas 6 months to a year from now. Okay? That's when it's going to get hot. Right now, not a lot of people are talking about it because it's not around much. Remember, I'll keep reminding you, if you buy Star Atlas in OKCoin and you get over $100 of it, you get a free NFT. So make sure you do all what you're supposed to do with OKCoin so you can get your free NFT. Okay? I got my free NFT. So make sure you get yours because you don't know where that NFT is going to go. It could be worth $30. It could be worth $300. It could be worth $3,000. It could be worth $30,000. You don't know. You have no idea. Okay? So get the NFT because you just don't know. Either way, I love Star Atlas, and I think Star Atlas is going to soar when it's all said and done. Let's see. Ryan Nunez says there's over 200 million people vaccinated in our country, so it's pretty much vaccinated who's catching and spreading COVID. Exactly, Ryan. Yes. They're catching, they're spreading, they're killing everybody. That's what it is. That's right. Because they're the ones also dying too, right? The 1,000 that are dying daily, they're the ones that are vaccinated. Right, Ryan? Is that part of your reasoning too? Right? Right? Or maybe because you're not vaccinated, you're dying. You ever done that kind of math? Tell you, bro, the ignorance out there is just it's really amazing. It really is. O isn't a football expert. He's just a guy who loves Chris Greer. I'm just playing. O, all love. I hear Flo is coming out with his own Flo coin. Get in early, people. Heard of the Island Cuba coin? Is it made out of cigars? Big O, you are going to need to get a t-shirt that says I eat crow because of Flo when we make the playoffs. That has nothing to do with eating crow. But whatever. They made the playoffs with Wanstead. They made the playoffs with Sperano. They made the playoffs with Gase. They've made the playoffs with other mediocre coaches. Alex Correa says, keep it up, Big O. Listening to the show is becoming a habit. Well, thank you. That is very, very nice. That's a flattering thing to say right there. Should these leagues just put everyone in a room for a few hours and let them get COVID out of their system? No, Leon, because you can't get COVID out of your system. It's just, you can still get it. Once your antibodies die out, you'll get it. You know what I'm saying? At least if you have the antibodies, you have a shot at fighting it. If you have the vaccine, you have a shot at fighting it. But you still have a shot at getting it and spreading it. So you don't want to force somebody to get it and you still don't know what kind of damage it could do to them. There's too much unknowns with all of this. They're all still learning, and they're watching it morph into other, forms of the virus. This is not, some of you think that medicine is like something that is figured out already, and doctors are constantly studying throughout their lifetimes because things change and they learn. So it's too many people just have a very unrealistic way of looking at all of this. So that's why you have a lot of people that probably have died. I mean, well, you just had one of those conservative talk show, another one of those conservative talk show hosts that were anti-vaccine and died when he got the vaccine. How many of those radio hosts have died since this thing started? Several of them. It's all right. Whatever. Let's see. Yeah, Carlos Sagaro goes, how many times is O going to have to explain that winning has nothing to do with his opinion of Flo? Carlos, thank you for at least listening, bro, and paying attention. It's like very few people do that nowadays. They actually don't pay attention. They tell you they're listening, but they're not really paying attention. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Daniel Grafton says, just put in my 2 weeks notice at my corporate job and AM at peace and feeling happy. Well, that's what counts, Daniel. Do what makes you happy, bro. Get a job that makes you happy. Work with people that make you happy. Try at least. It's not the easiest thing to do. I know it. Richard is in the house. Good morning. Good morning, Rich. Dougie Fresh says, what's a worse football movie? Gus, the Kicking Mule, or Wildcats? I'm going to play it at Xmas to annoy my family. I'm going to go with Gus Because I got to tell you something. You don't diss Wildcats. I'm sorry. Wildcats is not a bad movie. Wildcats is a great movie. It's a fantastic movie. I mean, Goldie Hawn, penetration. Do you know how to get good penetration? Come on. You ugly. You ugly. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. Finch. Come on. Jersey doesn't even fit. He's got money stuck in his nuts. Come on. There's just too many things that go on in Wildcats. LL Cool J. It's the sport of kings. Better than diamond rings. Football. Come on. Old timers, they remember the names. Come on. You know, Wildcats. Don't diss the movie Wildcats. Ever. Okay? All right? Wildcats is an awesome movie. Let's see. I'm here to see Big O call another person a bitch for complaining about the dip in crypto. Exactly. But hey, we made progress with Big Bob. Big Bob said, I bought CKB, and I'm so proud of him. You know what? And I love you, Big Bob. You know why? You reminded me to look at CKB again, and it went down a little bit more, and I bought a little bit more just for the hell of it. Just right there, right in front of you, I got a little more CKB. How about that? See, Big Bob understands now. You don't complain. This isn't a crash. This is a dip, dude. Take advantage. Buy a little bit more. At least that's what I'm going to do. You guys do whatever you want. You do your own homework, but, you know. EB says, BS, follow the money. Another Ponzi scheme. There you go. That's it. Active listening is what everyone needs to do more. That's what Chad says. Thank you, Chad. GMO, what is your top 5 Christmas movies? God, you know, you guys asked me that yesterday, and I forgot to even think about it. Die Hard is definitely in there. And Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is still there for me. And Santa Claus is coming to town. That's right. Now after those 3, now I got to think of the other 2 that I would call Christmas. Well, Christmas Vacation. That's pretty good. I'm trying to think of something else. Troy Ortiz says, Wildcats is great. What's wrong with you? Exactly. You can't insult Wildcats. Dougie Fresh says, looking up penetration now. Hold on. Richard says, I love Wildcats. Great movie. So entertaining. There's so many entertaining parts of that movie. I love. I can watch. I mean, Wildcats is one of those movies that if I'm channel surfing and I run into it, I have to stop. Like, there is no way I'm not stopping. Unless, you know, maybe there's I'm going to go to the Heat game or a Dolphin game at the moment, and so then I have to skip it. Okay, fine. I love YouTube TV because you just hit record on whatever you want to record, any movie, whatever, and then they're always going to be there for you every time you want to go back. So, you know, you run into Wildcats and you go, oh, but I have it recorded. All right, no problem. I'll watch the game, and you know what? I'll go back to watch a little bit of Wildcats for the hell of it. You know, that kind of stuff. It's like Animal House. It's like Old School. It's like Goodfellas. I'm not telling you that it's as good as those. It's just as addicting as those for me. You know what I'm saying? There are just certain movies that I can't help it. I have to stop. I can't do anything about it. What's the Italian Job? I can't do anything about it. I got to stop and watch the Italian Job. I don't care how many times I've seen it. And for me, Wildcats is one of those movies. If I'm channel surfing, I run into it, I got to stop because I know I'm going to laugh a couple of times with a couple of the scenes. And there's so many young actors in that movie that they were absolutely nobodies. Good movie, man. Big O Pete is asking that you unblock him for being a Flores stan in the chat. LOL. I don't know who Pete is, and if he got blocked because he was being an idiot, a disrespectful idiot, or he was being abusive on the chat board. That's usually what it is. It's not because you disagree. Plenty of people disagree. Okay? You can disagree all you want, but it's the way. And then some of you out there, you come in with an attitude and you think you're going to bring an attitude towards me and all that kind of stuff. And then you kind of find out that, I don't really take a lot of shit. And so you're gone. So, once you get blocked, you're blocked. Okay? You're blocked. Maybe if you find me live and you come to me and you explain and apologize, then yeah, maybe I can unblock you. Maybe. Home Alone, that's another one. I'm putting that one on my top 5. That's a good one. Lethal Weapon? I can't watch any more Lethal Weapons, bro. Yeah. I'm a little weird like that. I may not be Jewish, but the sight of that guy, Mel Gibson, makes me sick to my stomach, my brother and sisters out there. Okay? Again, not Jewish, but I got a ton of Jewish friends. Okay? And that behavior, I think we've talked about this in the past. Sorry doesn't cover everything. Okay? You can be late and say you're sorry. Sean can say, hey, dude, I forgot to put in this spot. Cool. You're good. Sorry covers a lot of little things, but there are certain things in life that sorry doesn't cover. You know what I'm saying? And whether it's the receiver that killed that woman from the Raiders, or Mel Gibson going on a hateful, just anti-Semite tangent, he turned me off completely. I can't watch any of his movies. That's how bad it is. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of his movies that I like. Yeah. Michael Ray Richardson, or the guy from Seinfeld? Can't watch him either. I'm not going to support a person like that. No. So, hate is not something that I'm not a big fan of that, dude. I'm not a big fan of hating anybody for their religion, their sex, their sexual orientation, their color, or their nationality. I'm pretty biased towards people like that. Let's put it that way. So, Lethal Weapon, if it was a Christmas movie, I can't watch it anymore. I can't watch that guy anymore, knowing what is in his heart. And I saw the other day, I ran into like some entertainment show or something like that, and they had him on, and somebody was bringing it up. He was like, really? That was a long time ago. And I'm like thinking, oh, okay, so you forgot about it, right? So yeah, so everybody in the Jewish community is supposed to forget about it, right? And just sweep it under the rug. Oh, no, he's not a hateful person. No, he really likes us Jewish people. And it's like, the guy just like brushed it off like nothing. Yeah, no, dude, of course. You just insulted and just wiped out an entire race of people with your words, and we're supposed to just forget about it. Yeah, no, you've changed. I love those people too. I love the people that they spew this hatred, right? And then they, like we've caught these Kens and Karens now over the years, which keep the cameras rolling, folks. It is so good that we have the cameras rolling. But you see these Kens and Karens, right? And they come out with all these hateful words for all different types of people. And then they come back and say, well, no, that's not me. That is you. It's in your heart. It came out of your mouth. It doesn't come out by accident. Those of us that don't have hate in our heart, it never comes out because we don't think it. We don't live it. We don't work that way. We're not wired that way. Hate doesn't come out by accident. So, what am I supposed to forget? And that's my problem with Mel Gibson. So, I'm sorry. I'm just like that. I'm a little weird, but I take that kind of stuff personal. Okay? I may not be whatever nationality, sexuality, or religion or whatever, but people that spew hate like that, they are done with me. Big O Kenneth Cleveland says he's live. Best Xmas movie, Ragan Rudolph, Godfather, and Red Nose Scarface. Look on YouTube. Okay. Red Nose Scarface. All the cocaine. I like that, Kenneth. I like that. You're right. Tony was the red nosed reindeer. You're right. As coked up as he was, he probably could have, towed a sled in the air on any night. Gibson is super duper rich, though, unlike other actors in his era. Well, he can be rich and everything. He's still a despicable human being. So have all your money, bro. Get lost. Big O, what about the top 10 best sports movies? Oh God, that's another discussion there. That God, bad news bears, The Natural, The Replacements, Brian's Song, God, The Program, Clash of the Titans. I love watching Clash of the Titans, but I will admit, I hate watching the part where the kid dies in the car accident. I mean, not dies, gets paralyzed in the car accident. That's the only part of the movie. It's like watching Top Gun and then Goose gets killed. I love watching Top Gun, but I hate watching Goose get killed, bro.
Oh, that's Remember the Titans. Clash of the Titans is an older movie.
I'm sorry. Clash of the Titans with Medusa's head. I'm sorry. Remember the Titans. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm getting my Titans mixed up. Okay. Longest Yard is definitely there as one of my favorite. Not the new one. The new one sucked. The Burt Reynolds original one. I'm with you there. I like that. Bull Durham in my top 10 also. There you go. Waterboy. We suck again. Joseph Marks, Big O, what if the Miami Dolphin franchise is too tempting for young players, millionaire kids in the NFL at South Beach? Huh? Joseph, you got way too much time on your hands. Let's see. Derek says, not Jewish either, but I grew up in SoFlo too, and too many tight friends and moral obligations. Yeah, no. Dude, they gave me free tickets to go see Roger Waters. I would never see Roger Waters ever again. After I found out how he feels, kind of anti-Semite that son of a bitch is, I'll go see David Gilmour. But I will never, ever, 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 ever go see Roger Waters, ever. I gave my tickets away. I was working at QAM. They gave me the tickets to go see Roger Waters. And I didn't tell the person at that moment, hey, I took him. I said, thank you, whatever. And I knew right away I was going to turn around and give them to somebody. And I did give them to a friend of mine, actually, that went. And he went, and obviously, I didn't get into any of the whole stuff with he wants to go see Pink Floyd, he wants to go see Roger Waters. Go ahead, that's his choice. But yeah, no, it's you get to a point where you got to draw the line in the sand somewhere, dude. And sometimes when I see things like that, that's it. First Rocky movie, I'm with you, Timothy. Although I got to tell you something. I'll be honest here on this. I love all 4 Rocky movies. Okay. After that, number 5 sucks. Balboa did nothing for me and whatever, any of these other things. But I will admit, I love the first 4. Love. I can watch them in loops. All of them. Those are definitely, all 4 of them are right there. Love them. But yes, number 1 would be the original Rocky, for sure. But the other 3, I got to tell you, they're right behind it, man. I love all 4. It's after that is when I start to, I don't have the same, attraction to the other ones, to be honest with you. Big O, sorry for that. Just smoke a fatty. No, smoking the fatty is not going to make me want to enjoy. I'll go to David Gilmour. That's fine. I'm good. I'll go see David Gilmour. And by the way, I hear David Gilmour's coming out with another tour. So I am waiting for that. He will not be coming here. But those of us that want to see him, be ready to travel to New York or Los Angeles for sure. He's going to those 2 cities. I'm hoping that I want to go to the LA one, because I usually like going to LA because you stay there for a whole week and there's all kinds of shows and stuff like that. And then he'll be overseas in England also. So I'm not exactly sure when, but it will be announced. I think in the next 6 months, you'll hear it. I don't know if the whole COVID stuff now is affecting a little bit some of these decisions for some of these bands, and they might be holding off a little bit more. But I'm telling you, I know for sure that Gilmour is about to announce a tour. Now, again, all this COVID stuff, I don't know if it's going to delay anything, but he's on the brink of it. So be prepared if you want to buy them and then go see him whenever it's out there. Big O, what do you think happened to the Raiders? Well, my brother, everything happened to the Raiders. They lose their coach. You got 2 receivers a receiver and a corner that did some incredibly just tragic things. It's just been and then they've had some injuries too. They're a disaster now at this point, So everything that could happen, that could be bad, that could possibly happen to the Raiders, happened to the Raiders. So I don't know how they're able to recover from this. Big O, you ever saw The Prestige? Do you know what was coming at the climax with the actual trick? Huh? I don't know what the hell that is, Andy. You've got me lost. I don't know what you're talking about if I ever saw The Prestige. I don't know what that is, my man. I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh, can we agree that one of the best characters, Dougie Fresh says, in any sports movie is the guttermouth Wolverine, Tanner Boyle from Bad News Bears? We all need a Tanner. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, there's nothing like Tanner. No, you're right about that. Yeah. Yep. Tanner is the classic kid raised by racist parents. Oh, what did Waters say? I never heard him say anything. Well, Flo, it ain't like I'm going to start repeating things, okay? So just put Roger Waters anti-Semite on Google. That's it. That's all you need to do. Just do that. You do that, and you'll get everything that you need about Roger Waters again. And let me tell you something. If you happen to be of Jewish descent, don't do it. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. Okay? Oh, are you a fan of the Creed movies? No, not really. They don't do much for me. Not like Rocky. It doesn't do anything to me like the first 4 Rocky movies. I just love. Love. Absolutely love. Ethereum's at 3,700 right now. Can you smoke, Big O, with your stents? Yes, I can. I just can't smoke like I used to smoke. The doctor told me, yeah, you can have cigars, but have a few a year, but you can't be having 5 or 6 a week or anything like you used to. So yeah, I smoke, but not like I used to. I do enjoy my cigars. In fact, I had a Perdomo a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I grabbed the 20th anniversary and I sat in the back and enjoyed a little Perdomo action. So yeah, I do it, but I don't do it as often as I used to. The doctor told me that I cannot do it like I used to at all, but I can still enjoy it. It's not something that I'm not allowed to do. It's all right for me to do it, but in a controlled way. So I usually do it for special occasions, things like that. I don't do it out of a habit anymore. That I would do it like every other day. I'd be at a cigar bar, hanging out with some friends or whatever, and smoking cigars. I don't do it nearly as much, and it also it's good for the voice too. Takes care of the voice a little bit. Big O, any idea when the Hard Rock app gets going again? Oh, that's going to be a while, my brother. It's going to be a while. It's in the courts now. That's going to take a while. I can't put a date on it, Dola. I would love to, my brother, but I cannot. I don't know. It's going to be a while. What's the name of that movie where the guy caught his wife with another man? Never mind, not a movie, my own divorce. Joseph Mark says. Did you find anything detecting is checking in on the show saying, hey there, Big O. How about medical cannabis? Nothing wrong with medical cannabis. I don't think that would affect me. I don't think so. So is there any medical cannabis sponsors out there? Let's go. Bring it on. That now there you go. I need to broadcast from a cannabis dispensary. Oh, yeah. That's next. We got to make that happen. All right. Any dispensaries out there want to be a part of the Big O Radio show? Let's go. Let's rock. Smoke it up, Johnny. Bill Clinton smoked cigars. He did more than that with cigars. The Prestige was a movie in 2006. All right. Well, I did not see The Prestige, so I got to check it out. No, North Dallas 40. My God, Steven. Thank you so much, dude. I forget. That's top 3 in sports movies. Talk about a movie that I love to watch over and over and over again. Oh, dude, it's North Dallas 40. I love North Dallas 40. That's a great movie. Gross is when you kiss your grandpa to sleep and he sticks his tongue down your throat. That's gross. I love some North Dallas 40. Yeah. Anytime. Love that movie. Oh, do you own any XRP? If you do, you were super rich for a minute yesterday. LOL. No, I don't own any XRP. I would never buy XRP if my life depended on it. It's a good company, but they're involved in an SEC mess. This is what I say. Crypto is stressful enough as it is. Investing in the stock market is stressful enough as it is. Investing, period, is stressful enough as it is. Why would I want to invest in anything that's also tied to a lawsuit with the government? You see what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm not doing that. There's no way I would do something like that. So, no, I'll use my money and I'll invest on Ethereum and Bitcoin and, any of the stuff that I like that is not involved in a lawsuit with the SEC. You're in trouble with the Security Exchange Commission. Good luck to you. I wish you the best. We'll talk after your lawsuit. You know what I mean? And I get it. Maybe after the lawsuit, it explodes and you can't get on the bandwagon. Whatever, bro. I've missed many bandwagons. You know what I mean? What can I tell you? You got to have patience. You got to be, got to be disciplined in this. And XRP is something I would never, ever, ever get involved in. Dougie Fresh says VSS at West Pines, a dispensary. No. It's not a dispensary. That was a CBD. They weren't a dispensary. It would have been funny if I'm at a dispensary. I mean, you got to admit that would be a really good show. Big O, have you ever heard of Hulk Hogan's racist rants? Yes, I have heard Hulk Hogan's racist rants. Yes. Now, I'm not a wrestling fan or anything like that, so I'm not a Hulk Hogan guy. You know what I mean? And I get it. So I can't watch Rocky 2 now. Thunder Lips. But he loses. He gets his ass kicked. So it's good. Good over evil. So we win. Okay? I'm not a dispensary, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night. Come do a show from the Garden. So NorCal says, hey, NorCal, we've known each other long enough. I would not be surprised in the next 10 years that I end up at your house one day and I do a show right from there. And Sean and I happen to be on the road and we just stop there. So I would not be surprised if we ended up in your garden one day and you're in the background smoking. Or maybe you're on the side of me and you're just it's like a smoke machine. And I can just be working amongst a cumulonimbus cloud. That's all. Big O, did you cry first time when you saw Brian's song? First, second, third, fourth. I may still cry. Remember, dude, I'm 55 now. Let me warn you all out there, okay? Because we're all about honesty here, good or bad, because we're human beings here. We're gonna screw up, and I'm gonna have to, tell you about my screw ups, and I made a mistake, and this and that, and I got to talk about it, and so here we go. I still now at this point, I cry more now at movies than I ever have. Okay, I don't know, man. You have kids. You become a family man. I've got 5 dogs. I love them like they're my kids. You know what I mean? I hug them like they're my kids. I treat them like they're my kids. I obviously love my wife. I've been with her for over 30 years. And as you get older, and I don't know if it's from having, a child, being a family man, or just getting older, I find myself to be more emotional as I get older. When I was a teen or in my 20s or 30s, I could see the grossest and saddest scene in the world and make jokes about it. All of a sudden now, as I've gotten older, it's just not the same anymore. And it could be scenes that I've seen, aforementioned Clash of the Titans, when the kid gets paralyzed, when maybe not when Goose dies, but although when Meg Ryan, all that, I still tear up, man. There are moments where I still tear up, and I do it way more often now, dude, than I ever have. And I don't know if it's older age. I don't know if you get, your defense shield is weaker as you get older or whatever it is. I'm sure it's happening to some of you out there. I cannot be the only person that this happens to, but I'll tell you that as a 55-year-old man, I tear up a lot while watching movies. I water up a lot. It happens. So it's not just Brian's song. It's not just that thing. It's many other movies over. And it doesn't matter if I've seen it once or 8 times. That specific sad scene still gets to me no matter what. Can't help it, man. It's weird. For you investors, lithium, thank me later. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you. Let's see. Laughing my ass out loud. We can make that happen, NorCal says. Big O smokescreen show from the Garden. Sean brings the munchies. All right, Sean, you got the munchies? You're good with the munchies? Okay, he's got the munchies. Big O, did you ever see the movie Slapshot? Definitely. Oh, my God, the Hanson brothers. Yes, with Paul Newman about the minor league hockey team. Yes, of course, dude. That is definitely in my top 10. Now I'm starting to have to bump things off now because you see, that's the thing. You're reminding me now of the really, really great sports movies. And Slapshot, are you kidding me? My Lord. Yes. Ian from Brooklyn is in the house. Timothy Zappa says, Up in Smoke or Nice Dreams? No, I got to go Up in Smoke. Nice Dreams is good, but Up in Smoke is a classic. Okay? He says his name is Ralph. No, I mean, no. I got to go with Keep on Knocking, But You Can't Come In. No, I'm going with the original Up in Smoke. Beaners. Yeah, no, I got to go with Up in Smoke for sure. My mama took it to me. It told me how to live. Let's see. Eddie Lepp says, I cry every single time Willie E. Coyote gets hit by the Acme weight. That damn Roadrunner. Ian from Brooklyn says, Big only real men cry. It's not a flaw. Well, I don't know if it's a flaw, but it's faucets. That's all I can tell you, man. Big O, let's do a live remote from the Boom Boom Room with the lovely ladies, Hailey, Selma, Sophia, Paige, Charlize, and Beyonce. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Dr. J says, what don't these idiots understand? Flow is like having a GM of an upscale restaurant. If you can't hire good chefs, assistants, etc., your business will fail. Same thing as hiring a good staff. Amen, my brother. But you actually pay attention to what I'm talking about. Others don't. They're in the micro, not in the macro. Yes, 42 was a good movie. I did enjoy 42. Not in my top 10, but I did enjoy it. Great acting. Caddyshack, definitely in my top 10. No doubt. See, now you're reminding me of some sports movies that I forgot. Caddyshack, for sure. Yes. That has to be there. Big O, recommend any cheap altcoins. Yeah, dude. VeChain. VeChain. Right now. VeChain super cheap, my friends. It is at 7.6 right now. Load up. CKB is at under 2 cents at 1.8. Super cheap to take advantage of. Star Atlas on OK Coin. I love Star Atlas. And where is it at? It's at 13.69. It was at 18, 19, 20, 22 cents already. So it's going to go up, and we're a ways away from when this thing launches. Those are really cheap. Gala Games is down to 46 cents. GALA. Those are cheap. Let me see, what else is there? You want like really cheap coins that you can take advantage of. Cardano is down to $1.20. My Lord, take advantage of Cardano. When Cardano explodes, those of you that load up, Algorand is at 131. Algorand, their ecosystem is exploding. Algorand will climb. Those are cheap right there. Okay. What else? Is there anything else that I would tell you? I mean, wow, Polkadot is down to 24.50. What a joke. Seriously. Those are some of the ones that you can take advantage of, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Remember, you can also make a donation to the program. You want to help us grow. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. If you want to reach out to us there on Cash App or Venmo. George says, how about Matic? Yeah, Matic under $2 is a steal. By the way, Matic is now adding the EIPPI, whatever, 1551 that Ethereum is doing. You know what that means? That Polygon now Matic is going to become deflationary. So as transactions go, Matic is going to be burned. So when you eliminate Matic, there's going to be what? Less Matic available. Less Matic available means what? Price goes up. And so that is another thing that was huge news that Polygon announced. And the partnerships that they have. And right now Polygon is under $2. For me, Polygon under $2 is a steal, and it's at 188 right now. Okay? So, and remember, if you buy it on OKCoin, just to give you a heads up, you can stake it at 15.49% right now. How about that, dude? Okay. So not only do you get a great price, Polkadot right now is at 13.64%. If you want to buy a little Polkadot and get great interest on it on OKCoin, you can do it also on crypto.com. So just telling you, there you go. Please repeat the crypto low buys and get into. You do know there's a. I couldn't hear what you said. Shut up. Sorry. Could you say that again? Do you like threesomes? See, that's how I get her to shut up. Huh? We figured it out yesterday. That's it. She gets out of line. I ask her something uncomfortable, and she shuts the hell up. By the way, there's a rewind button, but I'll do it again. Star Atlas on OKCoin. Take advantage. Only place you can get Star Atlas is on OKCoin. Right now it's at 13.59. Take advantage. That's low. VeChain. I get VeChain on crypto.com. VeChain right now. Take advantage. It's at 7.5 cents. 7.6. Steal. CKB. I also get that on crypto.com. It's under 2 cents at 1.8. I love that coin. Cardano, cheap. It's at $1.22 now. It went up 2 cents since we last spoke. So Cardano's another one that I would take advantage of. Let me tell you something. Ethereum now went up to 3,700. It was at 3,600. So that's very affordable. What else do we have here that I told you guys? What else did I say? Oh, Gala Games. Gala. Gala right now is under 50 cents. It is at 49 cents, I believe. 46 cents, actually. So take advantage of Gala. That's another one. By the way, Gala was peaking. It peaked at 60 cents on December 11th. Okay, it's at 46. December 11th was not a long time ago. So you know it's going to go back to that 60-cent mark, and it's at 46. So you're already going to make a large percentage right there, and it'll continue to grow. It's part of the metaverse and gaming and all that kind of good stuff. So take advantage of that. Those are some of the coins that I like here that are really cheap, and you can invest in a couple bucks and have some fun and, give it time, let it grow, give it, have patience, and you'll be all right. Is Pet Detective considered a sports movie? Oh, because of Marino and stuff? I don't know. I don't know if I would consider Pet Detective a sports movie. I don't think so. I do enjoy it, but no. The Program with Halle Berry. Love The Program and Halle Berry. What's more important? We get a veteran proven left and right tackle and draft 2 tackles because ours turned into guards. You don't know that, bro. Hunt might be a right tackle, and Eichenberg might be, or Hunt may be a left tackle, and Eichenberg may be your right tackle. Not sure yet. When we get real offensive coaches, then we can make a determination on these guys if they're any good or they're bad. I'm not giving up on all 5 guys, not even Austin Jackson. And I know there's every reason to give up on Austin Jackson because he's been bad. But I got you, Johnny. But I would wait first for a real coach. Mauricio says Big O is the man. How can I be the man if you're the man? You're the man. You're the man. I'm not the man. You're the man. Let's see. Jamie says Big O. That seemed like a repeat from yesterday. That Siri is a trip. Yeah, no, it was a repeat, but I mean, she was just like getting out of line. But I learned. We have to learn. We have to evolve, Jamie. Right? We have to learn from our experiences. And my experience was, how do I shut Siri up? I ask her uncomfortable questions. When I ask her uncomfortable questions, she doesn't answer. So now I know when she gets out of line, I learned yesterday. Uncomfortable question, she runs the other way. And let's see. Big O, you need a live price chart for these cryptos on the screen while talking about it. All right, Sean, there you go. You see the crawl we have under? You need to come up with another crawl on top of that that has the live crypto prices. You have been challenged, Sean. Okay? You have been challenged, sir. I don't even know if you can do that with StreamYard. I don't know. Because that's a live feed that we would have to add. I don't know. Sean's the technical guy. I can't do any of that stuff. Without Sean, I'm completely lost. Okay. I mean, you guys saw when I was running it at the beginning, you know what I mean? It didn't go that smooth. Now you watch it and it's all golden and it looks beautiful and all that. That's because, the man is there. Sean is getting it done. You know what I mean? But there you go, Sean. That actually would be a pretty cool feature to have a running ticker of the crypto market. That would be beastly, actually, if we can pull that off. It's a good idea, Radically. I like that. YouTube's Finest is saying, remember the Titans. Yep, it's been brought up. Definitely. I love that movie. Breaks me down every time. ZG Wiz says, Big O, do you have a podcast about crypto? I would love to know all the details. ZG, I do not yet, but we are going to add stuff to this show that's going to be crypto related. I talk a lot of crypto all throughout anyways, but I one of the things that Sean and I are going to do is maybe, at the end of the show, if we end at 1:00, then maybe I do a 1 to 1:30 crypto segment. You know what I mean? And kind of go all out on crypto and talk about all kinds of things. So maybe I'll do that. Okay. Not maybe, I'm sorry. We're going to do that. We're going to add that. So, but for now, listen, for those of you that like crypto and you want to hear me, whatever I'm talking about crypto, Sean, remember, he gets a Ginsu knife and slices up the show a la carte, because sometimes people just want to hear about the Heat or just about the Dolphins or just about the Canes or just about crypto. You know what I mean? Or music. All the different types of subjects that we talk about on the show. So Sean does a magnificent job of breaking it all down. So when there are crypto segments, he will put those individual segments up and you don't miss them. All you have to do is go back to yesterday, if I talk crypto, or Friday or Thursday, and you'll see all the crypto segments there. So every day, go back. That's why I tell you to subscribe, hit the notification bell. You'll see all the segments come up, and then you can pick and choose whatever segment you want to listen to, because we understand, even though the most popular segment that's downloaded every day is the complete show, it's number one every day. It's been like that always. So most of you like to just, I guess you hear the show and you start hearing it from the beginning. I guess you pause when you're doing stuff throughout the day or whatever. But a lot of you like to hear the individual interviews or a rant or something like that. So that's why we put it individually, because maybe you only have time to listen to one segment or two or whatever, and that allows you to go about your life. So for you crypto fans, all those segments are always podcasted. Okay? Always. And we got to put them on video too, man. So that way you guys can keep up with them also on video too, if you like the video part of it. Big O, did you already talk about NFTs? Carlos, I don't talk NFTs, bro, because I don't know anything about NFTs. I'm not an NFT guy. I'll tell you straight up. I don't do my homework on NFTs, so I cannot tell you and guide you in NFTs. I do my homework on crypto. That's it. That's all I'm at right now. I just don't know enough about the NFTs. So I'm just not into it. I have one, and that's only because I bought $100 of Star Atlas. I have more than that, but when you get $100 of Star Atlas, they give you an NFT. That's the only reason I have an NFT. If not, I would have never had an NFT. I just don't know enough about it, my brother. I would misguide you, mislead you when it comes to NFTs. Don't know anything about it. Big O showing how to invest in crypto would be great too. I've told you how to do that. Get simple. Get $100 or 500 or 1,000 or 5,000, whatever you can afford to lose. Right, 40% into Bitcoin, 30% into Ethereum, and my Lord, the dips right now. Whoa, what a great time to get into both of those. So you get 40% into Bitcoin, 30% into Ethereum, and then you go 10, 10, and 10, okay? I got them blocked. So then you go 10, 10, and 10. And then the last three, do whatever you want. Cardano, Polkadot, VeChain, Avalanche, Solana, things like that. Pick any of those three if you want. Polygon right now, and there's a nice dip in Polygon. I love Polygon. So all of those right there, those six, any of those three you want. I don't care whichever ones you want. Okay? But 40% of it in Bitcoin, 30% of it in Ethereum, and then 10, 10, and 10. That's a beautiful way for a beginner to start their crypto experience. They don't have to do a lot of homework. Those are all top coins. Those are all what I believe are going to be incredibly successful companies. So you're better off just leave it there. Don't touch it. Don't bother. Check it every once in a while. That's it. What you don't do, don't check it 3 times a day. Don't check it every day and drive yourself crazy because there's going to be ups and downs. You got to go like C. Dola this morning. Well, the Miami Heat are like crypto, up and down, like Bitcoin, he says, up and down. And Bitcoin, well, if you put $100 on January 1st, you're up 143% right now. No up and down. Yeah, there's up and down daily and weekly, but it's like this. So if it's always a higher high and a higher low, then what are you doing? You're going up. You understand? Ethereum was just over $1,000 at the beginning of the year. It's, now it's under 4,000, but it'll be easily over 4,000 again when it comes back up again. So again, 40% Bitcoin, 30% Ethereum, and then 10, 10, and 10, Polkadot, Cardano, Polygon, Avalanche, Solana, and what was the other one? And VeChain. There you go. 3 of those. Any of those you want. Put the 10, 10, and 10. If you got $50, break it down like I told you. If you got $100, break it down like I told you. If you got $1,000, break it down like I told you. Okay? That's what I would do if I was a beginner. How do you buy Bitcoin? What wallet to use? Well, go to crypto.com or OK. You know what? Go to OKCoin. It's a lot easier. OKCoin makes it so easy to buy coins. And it's really simple. So open an account, connect your bank account, and then you're off and running, and you put the total. You go to Bitcoin and you buy $50 or $100. There's other there also on OKCoin. So if you're breaking down your 40, 30, 10, 10, and 10, then you break it down like I told you. And then, whatever the 40% is of your 100, it would be $40. Then you put 40 on there and you hit send, and it'll hit review, and then you hit send, and then you're making it rain, as they say on OKCoin. Okay? So there you go. And by the way, you can go to my Twitter page at Big O Show. Use my OKCoin so you can get $50 free of Bitcoin, by the way. All right? That's the other thing. Go to my Twitter page, Big O Show. There you will find a link to OKCoin. So you can get $50 free of Bitcoin. You get we split 100. You can you've got crypto.com. There's 25, but you got to get the credit card, which the credit card, there's no charge, no nothing. It's free credit card, but you get great rates by staking with that credit card. And also my Voyager app, also, I have a link there. I just retweeted the Voyager app. I'm retweeting the OK Coin one right now. And the Voyager one, you can get $25 free of Bitcoin too. How about that? So take advantage. On Voyager, you can find Monero, which I like there. You can find BitTorrent, which I like there. They got a couple of coins you can't find at crypto or OK Coin. OK Coin's got a couple of coins you can't find on crypto and Voyager. Crypto's got a couple of coins you can't find on the other ones. That's why I kind of work with those three all the time. I'm kind of in that realm. I just retweeted the links to the crypto.com for free Bitcoin, the OK Coin, which gives you $50 of free Bitcoin, and the Voyager also, which gives you $25 free of Bitcoin. So they're all there on my Twitter page at Big O Show. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. All right, let's take a break. Hour number 3 is next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, I put the links up. It didn't take them. You guys asked me to put the links up. I guess it doesn't accept links. Did you notice that, Sean? I put links up for somebody asked to put the links up for OK Coin and for crypto and for Voyager, and I put them up, and none of them stuck. I can't do anything if none of them stuck. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Sean? What are you educating us about? What are you going to tell me?
Normally they don't allow that for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they can copy it and paste it, but they can't click on it and go out of it.
Can you?
And also, I just blocked another webcam.
Okay, cool. What's it called? Can can we put it on the YouTube page?
I'm sure we can add it into the where we have all the other. Yeah, on the part where we have all the details, we could probably put it there. Like we have the Cash App, Venmo, all the sponsors, all that. We can
So
probably.
do I email it to you or do I text it to you?
Email me the links. Email me. I don't have
Okay.
Apple. I'm a good guy. I have,
What's wrong
Android.
with
So I'm on the right team, not the wrong
you're
one.
not.
So I need them sent to me by email, please. Thank you.
No, you're not. You're
Not
on the
listening.
wrong team. You're on the wrong team, bro. What's wrong with you? Okay, so he's going to put them up for us here on. He's going to try at least to put it on the YouTube page. Okay, and hopefully we'll get that straightened out for you guys, and you'll be able, if for those of you that you want to get into crypto, of course. Let me see. Okay. All right. I don't know. I'm sending you the Twitter links, so I don't know if that's going to carry or what.
I just need the actual links to your account that you want up there. So when they click on it, it will take them straight to your OK Coin.
Well, yeah, the link's on there. So maybe you can just take the link from there, I guess. So you have it there. Let me see. Just you work on it there, and I just sent it to you, so I can actually walk and chew gum sometimes, and we're able to do it, which is a beautiful thing. Boy, I tell you, this has been a nice correction here. And they've been talking about a cycle, and this is where I differ with some of the people in this space. That when they talk about crypto, they said that we're going to have a 4-year cycle. I think we're not having a 4-year cycle. I don't think those cycles exist anymore. I think now we are going to have a regular, like the stock market. You're going to have your ups and downs every single day. The good coins are going to rise. The bad coins are going to fall, just like the good stocks rise and the bad ones fall. I think that's what we're headed into now. There's too much institutional money now involved, that this isn't what it was 4 years ago and 8 years ago and stuff like that, where it was mostly retail. Now it's mostly dominated by the corporate world. And that's why it's going to be incredibly strong from here on out. You know what I mean? But it's so new. That's the problem. You can't copy and paste in chat boards, NorCal says. Okay. Big O, how long did it take for you to get your Atlas NFT? Oh, I think within a week. Yeah, within a week. So you buy it, and then you got to go to. I just want to let me make sure I remind you guys. Okay, what you got to do. Okay, so you want to go to the main page, the far left, the far right that says account, and then there's a place called let me see, is it customer support? No, it's not. It is, wait a minute. Help center. Oh no, I'm sorry. You go to the one on the far right, then you want to go to switch to pro. Okay, you want to switch to pro. All right, the pro thing there. There's a pro thing, right? And so then on the top left, there's like a little person, a little body. See that little thing there, right there? You hit that. And then when you hit that, you want to go to affiliate share. Okay. And then in affiliate share, you want to fill in what it says apply now. And then once you apply, then what you want to do, just for the hell of it, go on the OK Coin chat. They're really good about it. Tell them that you bought your $100 of or more of Star Atlas. You filled in everything, and that you're awaiting your NFT, and then they'll tell you what to do after that. Okay, and you'll get it within a week. You'll get it. They're really good about it. OK Coin, by the way, is really good with customer service. Like, they respond right away, dude. Seriously. I think crypto does too. Crypto does a good job too, man. They're on top of it. Coinbase, really bad service. Really bad service. What else? That picture of you and Zach Thomas, you guys are about the same height. Isn't Zach about 5'9"? I am 6'1". Yeah. I'm not really standing straight, bro. Okay. Not really standing straight, but I am 6'1". OK Coin requires a bank to purchase funds. Why can't I just use a debit card? Yeah, your debit card is your bank. That's what I connect. I connect my debit card to it. That's your bank account, dude. That's it. So yeah, it's not a big deal, bro. It's easy. I'm wondering if Sean liked the movie Porky's. Were you a Porky's fan? Hell yeah, bro. You gotta love Porky's. Big O, create some t-shirts for the show. Yeah, I'm working on that, Sean. Trying to work on creating t-shirts there, Sean. So yeah, no, we're working on it. So blame Sean, by the way. Okay? It's Sean's fault more than anybody else. Not me. Blame Sean. Darren Lee says, how about sports teams having their own crypto.com? I bet fans would support that. Darren, I'll tell you what's going to happen. At least if they're smart, if they have any brains. Like if you're the Miami or if you're the AAA and you are over at the Heat game, the Heat needs to create a digital store, a crypto store, where you want to walk in and you got the ticket for that night and you want to make an NFT of a ticket from that night because something incredible happened that night. Whatever, Duncan Robinson hit 54 points and hit an NBA record 22 threes or something. I don't know, whatever. You know, the math doesn't jive. That would be 66 points, but you know what I'm saying. So something crazy, right? They win the championship, whatever. You can go and make it an NFT. And what they do, if they're the Heat and they're smart, you only make maybe 100 per game. You're allowed, or 250, and they're numbered. So that way they're limited. So you only have, so for that memorable game, you only have 250, 500 of them, whatever, that are numbered. And then they could grow in value. They can have, and then in that store, they should have NFTs of all their players. They should have NFTs of past players like Wade and Zoe and things like that. They should have a Miami Heat currency that then you can purchase to make purchases in the building and those kind of things. That would be more down the line. But at least for now, they should have an NFT store in the AAA or, well, the crypto. Hell, it's crypto.com arena, right? Well, it should be sponsored by crypto.com, and the NFTs are on their blockchain. Oh, I'm sorry, it's FTX arena. It's on their blockchain on FTX. Crypto.com is the LA one. I'm sorry. But anyway, so that should be in everywhere. The Dolphins should have their own digital store where they're selling NFTs of Tua and everybody else, and an NFT of the 72 team, and you only make a certain amount of them. Things like that, all that kind of stuff. Marino's 5,000-yard season or whatever. You can make NFTs, and of course, all limited. And then that will create the value that you want. Okay. So that's what I would do if I'm them. I would also generate coins there. I'd team up with, I believe it's Raven Coin is the company that allows you to make any kind of Raven Coin. I believe is tied to like sports teams and all kinds of stuff. And they make coins and not that they're of any big value, but you know what you could do? You could start to create coins with the Heat logo on one side and the fans' picture on the other side. That kind of stuff. There's so many things that I could think of. You know what I mean? If any of these teams want to hire me or just get me as a consultant, I'll create a digital NFT store for them like this. Okay? But it's coming. It's got to happen. Somebody's got to be smart enough to think like I do. So there you go. Big O, have you watched any Xmas movies this month? No, I have not. Never seen It's a Wonderful Life in Color. Also, A Christmas Story. Is that one overrated? I mean, look, dude, those are all older movies. So it depends, for a younger person, I don't know if they'll appreciate that kind of stuff. You know, I don't know. Everybody's different, my man. You're going to have to experience it yourself, and then you can tell us if you enjoyed it. What else? The New England crypto could be called Craft Asian Spa, LOL. There you go. And by the way, the New England crypto, the Patriot crypto is, you can use it in day spas around the country. That's important. Massages are very important. Greer often defers to Flo because he doesn't have the football instincts to make the right picks. So again, if Flo goes, then Greer deserves to go just as much. Now you know why there's so much information in the world, misinformation in the world, because so many people have no idea what the hell they're talking about, and they just say just stuff that makes no sense, like Cody does right there. It's a shame, and the worst part about it is that then they end up believing it. Sofla Don says, love OK Coin. Isn't it easy to use? It's really cool. It's exciting to watch them grow, too, the way they're growing. It's really cool. They've done a really good job. And their staking percentages, my Lord, it is awesome. What is it? Let me go back to basic. Polygon's at 15.49. Avalanche is at 14.13. Polkadot 13.64. Algorand 12.79. A lot of these I've told you about to get in the 10% area, and look at the interest you're going to get. So not only are they going to go up in value, you're also going to gain interest. Are you kidding me? Cosmos is at 10.29. Cosmos is a good coin too. Stacks is at 10%. You get Bitcoin for Stacks. Tron is at 7.87. Solana 5.48. Cardano is just under 5 at 4.95. I mean, they've got some really good rates you can take advantage of some really good coins. So you can stake there. I'm just saying. I was able to transfer from Coinbase to OKCoin without gas fees. Yeah, and that's the other thing about OKCoin. The cheapest fees in all of crypto. Nobody can compete with OKCoin right now. They charge you very little for your transactions, which is less money that takes away from your profits. That nobody can argue that with OKCoin. I get it. Listen, you're not going to find every coin on OKCoin, so you might have to have some other ones. That's why I work 3 different ones, because not everybody has all the coins. You know what I mean? And on staking and all that other stuff. So it's just kind of, and I've been at it for a while. So it's just kind of a little different. But yeah, OKCoin really just makes it easy. Big O, would you ever do a watch party at Duffy's on 57th Avenue? That would be epic for a 1 game next year of Dolphins. Great bar, OG spot. Anthony, we're already tied at for Dolphins games for Sports Grill, so no. But we could do something at Duffy's for something else that's related, but not for the Dolphins, because the Dolphins were locked in at Sports Grill, and that's who the sponsor is. The sponsor is not going to want to share that. You know what I'm saying? That's not how business works. So, yes, I could do something at Duffy's, but it would have to be something else, which I'm actually working on a couple of other things that we're going to expand on the show, but I can't say it. And I'm actually looking for another sports bar, or maybe I either expand more with Sports Grill, or we do something else with somebody else for some other project that I'm working on too. So there you go. What else do we have here on the program? Miami has so many great moments to create NFTs. Do we need the NFL's permission to do an NFT? I don't think so, because they control their own stuff. Like in the MLS, it's run by the league, so they're kind of tied down to it. So that sucks for them. But in the NFL, I think you're all individual entities in that sense. And if you're selling stuff that's, your Dolphins and it's Dolphins related, I don't think that'll be a problem. Not at all. I'll tell you what, these thermoses, really keep everything warm because I'm having a little bit of the honey and lemon that you guys suggested, and I've been doing the honey and lemon now for I don't know last month now. I think it is. So the wife was making it for me, and she was making it and putting it in a mug, my Fort Lauderdale police mug. Aha. And so problem with that was it would get cold pretty quick. So it wouldn't I wouldn't have it for a long time, and I would have to drink it within 20 minutes because then when it gets cold, it's just not the same. So I said, hey, let's try a thermos today. Let's see if it'll hold. And sure enough, man, we're a couple of hours in with this thing, and she gave this to me at like I want to say like 7 in the morning, 7:30, and it is 12:29, and this baby is holding strong, man. Really, really nice. Really, really enjoying this. And thank you for the tip for all of you out there. It has helped soothe the vocal cords since we do a lot every day here on the program. All right, let's do this. We do got to tell you folks, Sloman's Home Security is a proud sponsor of our program. And right now you can get a free doorbell camera. That's right. First 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera. It connects directly to your smartphone with the installation of Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners right now, call 1-800-ALARM-ME. You will receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. Let's take a very quick break. Alan Poupart will join us on the other side with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupart.
Man, the myth, the legend that is Alan Poupart. And before we get to that, Kevin Lee, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. He says, Big O, ready for 7-7 this weekend, and those wings on Sunday feel like an eternity since a Fins game. Ready to see us continue this historic run. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you. And will this run continue in a historic fashion there, Mr. Poupart? Will it be 6 in a row on Sunday?
Yeah, be hard to think it won't be. I mean, they're playing the Jets, and the Jets, who are offensively challenged to begin with against this really good Dolphins defense, without Elijah Moore, without Corey Davis. Apparently, they're getting Michael Carter back, but I don't think Michael Carter alone is going to be enough to make a difference. And I can just imagine what Flo and Josh Boyer have in store for young Zach Wilson and how they're going to mess with his mind. This guy's a whole bunch of stuff, come after him hard, and it's not like he hasn't shown a propensity for making mistakes. So,
like every young quarterback.
Well, some more than others. I mean, there are young quarterbacks who handle that kind of stuff better than others, and who are less prone to mistakes. And Zach Wilson, if anything has stood out from his rookie season, is that he's got a ways to go.
Well, he's a gunslinger, but remember, he's a gunslinger type, so it's a little harder for guys like that where Tua plays the game with more discipline, so he'll make less of those kind of mistakes. So it's just one of those things, man. It's two different types of players that you're coaching.
No question. And here's what I would tell you, though, is the type of quarterback that Tua would do a lot better against a Brian Flores or even a Bill Belichick coach team than a guy like Zach Wilson. So
yeah,
to me, I don't think the Jets are much of a threat to score a lot of points. So unless things go completely haywire, either in the kicking game or with turnovers, which I don't anticipate because the Dolphins are not taking a lot of chances lately, this got W written all over it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I like the Dolphins this week to make it 6 in a row. But then again, Jets Dolphins, dude, the history is full of those games that the Dolphins were supposed to lose and they won, and the Jets were supposed to lose and they won. You know what I'm saying? So that's the sad part about it, because when we talk about divisional games, I know it's so cliche-ish, but it is incredibly true. You got to throw all that crap out the window sometimes with divisional games.
Yeah. Again, and I'm one of those
I know.
who looks at those funky things like that, and I can't.
I know.
I just cannot envision for the life of me the Jets. I think if the Jets score 10 points on offense in that game, it would surprise me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, man. I'm with you. So it's just, it's amazing. All right. I would imagine we don't have anything yet on the running backs, right? But I guess by tomorrow we are. Is it Thursday and Friday we need 2 negatives, or is it Friday and Saturday they can get a negative and then be cleared? How does that go with the NFL?
I know it's definitely at least Friday and Saturday, and I'm trying to remember. And those COVID rules are so complicated.
No.
If I told you I know them all by heart, I'd be lying. I'm not even so sure that you can't have a positive test Sunday morning and be able to play. So, but yeah, it'll probably come down to the weekend. What I can tell you about the running back situation is Malcolm Brown is back at practice. Now he's still on IR. That doesn't mean he's going to be activated for the game, but it opens up that possibility. And it was interesting. Brian Flores this morning in his media session was saying, "Hey, well," because he was asked about like replacing the running game with short passing game. He goes, "Oh, well, we'll have a running game. We'll have running backs back there." And I can't imagine they'll go into the game without at least 3 of them. One of them is going to be Duke Johnson, and to me, it's going to be either Brown and one of the 2 guys on the practice squad. And if Brown's not ready to come back for a game yet, then it would be the 2 practice squad guys who are right now Jared Dokes and Dexter Williams, a newcomer from Notre Dame.
Well, somebody was asking me about the running, but who's going to be the running back, and I'm like, don't worry, it doesn't really matter who the running back is, because they're not really going to run a lot and they're not going to make much of an impact behind that line. The only important thing about the running back is that he can block. And we had Cameron Wolf on earlier, and he mentioned that he felt Brown was the best blocker out of the group. So if you at least get that, that's really all I want my running back for right now with the Dolphins, because behind that line, dude, unless it's Barry Sanders or Ricky Williams or something, those ultimate erasers, there's no guy like that on this team. There's very few guys like that in the league that can do something like that. So for me, I just want the Dolphin back that can block and protect Tua. You agree?
Well, I'll add a couple of things. Don't give me the big negative run. Don't give me a -5 yards because you're trying to make too much happen. And don't fumble.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
Basic stuff. Because they're going to average 3 yards per carry.
Right.
And frankly, again against the Jets, they're not going to need a whole lot more than that. So.
Right. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, exactly. Just don't turn it over and block, and you'll be just fine against the Jets, because I think Tua and company will do it. And plus, I think you nailed it. I think this is one of those weeks where the defense scores a touchdown. I think they come up with some points in a game like this, because you're right. They're going to attack that kid amoeba style, and his head's going to be spinning.
My head's about to spin from that win thing here. No question. Yeah, I think they're going to be coming at him. I would expect, let's say this is the week Andrew Van Ginkel actually gets to the quarterback. In addition to just getting a lot of pressure, I can easily see a couple of sacks from him, a strip sack, and then somebody picks it up and runs it back. Or Wilson decides my arm is good enough, I'm going to test X, like on a deep slant or whatever, and the X decides, no, I'll take that from you, and pick 6 coming right up. So yeah, absolutely, I could see a defensive touchdown in this game.
Well, the good thing is they should have Parker again, right? So, and Parker got an extra week to rest after playing, so at least now, with Matt Collins, with Parker, along with Waddle and Gesicki. I mean, you're going into the game with pretty good weapons overall, at least in the through the air.
No question. And just a quick note on Parker, and so fans don't freak out when they see he's not practicing today. It's a veteran rest day, taking care of his body type of deal. But yeah, all expectations that he'll be in the lineup again. And yeah, with him, Parker, with him, Gesicki, Waddle, passing game should be fine. And that's going to be more than enough for the Dolphins to win this game.
All right. So what else? Are there any other concerns we should have going into this game on the injury front?
Not really. The only concerns there are is the COVID issues, including Javon Holland. It'd be a nice piece to have back there because he's very important to what they do. To what they do on defense with his blitzing and his coverage. But even if he's not there, the hope is that Brandon Jones comes back after missing the last 2 games to start with Eric Rowe at safety. If he can't,
that's who you would play at free. You would play Eric Rowe at free. You think that's who they're going to end up playing?
Okay. If Holland doesn't play, absolutely.
Okay.
And then if Jones can't play, then they bring up Sheldrick Redwine from the practice squad, and he'll be back there. And again, if Elijah Moore and Corey Davis were in the lineup, I might be a little concerned about Holland not being in the game. But Jamison Crowder would be the Jets' most dangerous receiver, and he's a slot guy. So
he's a good player. I like him.
He's a good player, but how much damage can he do by himself in the passing game?
No, he can't do a ton of damage. But I like him professionally. I think he's
very solid.
He's a hell of a solid player. I'm with you there. Any changes are you anticipating at all on offense or defense or anything? Right, pretty much the same group we're going to see. Correct.
I see same group, and I had a lot of my Twitter followers ask me if any new wrinkles they might bring in after the bye. And look, they've won 5 in a row with the formula that served them really, really well last year. It's going to be conservative on offense, let the defense win the games, and play complementary football like that. Don't take too many risks offensively, and especially for the game against the Jets, that's all they're going to need to do. Maybe now if we're talking New Orleans, Tennessee, or New England at the end of the season, then maybe at that point they may need to do some different things offensively, take more risks, more shots down the field, maybe a trick play here or there. But again, for the Jets game, as was the case for the Giants game, they didn't need to do a whole lot, and they still got a comfortable win.
Let me ask you something boring that most people don't care about, but I got to give the kid some love because he didn't start off well, and now he's kicking absolute ass. The punter for the Dolphins, dude. He didn't start off well. You were kind of like, hey, this may not have been a good decision, and then the kid turned it on, I want to say about maybe 6 weeks ago, something like that, and he has been – I don't know about the stats, but – he's got to be one of the better punters in the AFC right now the last month.
Over the last month, absolutely. And it's funny because he won AFC Special Teams Player of the Week for his last game, and the game before that, it might have been better. So, no, he's really come on. He's given them, big, long punts when they've needed it. He's been really good at the high kicks inside the 20. He's, like you said, he didn't start off very well, and it was like, okay, why did they make the switch again?
Yes.
But now you can see why the guy's been. And again, while his role in the winning streak is very, very minimal compared to so many other things, that's a factor as well. He's helped with the field position.
Oh, no, he's changed. No, he's flipped the field, dude. No, he has helped. No, punters help, bro. That's the we can't be ignorant thinking that punters don't help. Punters help, man. They can really move the field for you. And when you're playing the kind of defense Miami's playing, and with a punter like that, that becomes even more dangerous because when he pins you and he gets you inside that 5 or 10, the way Miami's playing, man, that you're close to forcing a turnover there. But I got to give the kid some love. Parladay, right? Parladay. How's it pronounced?
Pillardy,
that's it.
He's not a kid. He's been in the league 5 years.
Did he? Well, I know, but for me, he's probably.
He was with Carolina.
Um, has he mentioned what the hell happened, where the light went on for him at all? Okay. All right.
No, and I asked him specifically that question when he spoke to us after he won the AFC award, and again, this is not terribly shocking coming from a Dolphin player, but no, I've been doing the same thing. He did admit he's hitting the ball more consistently, but nothing has changed. It was interesting though that early in the year, the Dolphins brought in another punter for a workout, as they do like every once in a while on a Tuesday. And it wasn't that long after that, all of a sudden he started like really putting well. Actually, in fact, it was after, as I remember, it was after one of his rare good games early in the season, and they brought in a punter to work out. And I'm thinking, boy, the timing is weird because he just had his first good game of the year, and now they bring in somebody to work out, and he had a couple more like kind of so-so games, and then all of a sudden it clicked, and lately he's punting like a champ.
He is, man. I gotta give the kid love. He has become a weapon. That's kind of the way I look at him now. Now I don't look at it as a weakness. I don't look at it like I'm nervous about him punting now, whatever. Now I look at him like, all right, kid, do your thing, bro. Pin them, flip that field, and he's exactly been doing that. All right, my brother, we will catch up with you on Sunday. What are you working on SI so folks can check you out?
Well, I have a couple of things that are on there. I mean, today's going to be a whole lot of news stuff, including the Dolphins have a new player. They had a new guy at practice, a DB, who was wearing number 10, which is kind of weird to see. We'll get more info. We don't know exactly who he is just yet. We'll get more info on him later on. We'll have the injury report and all that it entails. And I already have on the site also, yesterday I looked at the Dolphin Pro Bowl possibilities, players who are deserving of at least being, talked about. And then I'm going to re-up today. I did a ranking the reasons behind the turnaround. And also had another one that we're just talking about the turnaround in general with this stat that completely amazed me when I dug it up, which is that during those 5 games, the Dolphins have trailed only twice, never in the second half, and never by more than 3 points.
Wow.
I mean, they have played with the lead throughout the winning streak.
Well, that's when that defense is at its best. When it's playing with the lead, it is a vicious defense when it's playing with the lead. Because it's forcing you to pass, and now you're playing into their strengths. You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, I'm with you there. So, always good stuff. Make sure you bookmark his SI page. Every Dolphin fan on the planet needs to bookmark his SI page and visit him there. And make sure you follow him on Twitter at Poupart NFL. He is Alan Poupart. Alan, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you immensely. Talk to you on Sunday.
Enjoy the rest of your week. Speak to you after the game.
You got it. There you go. Alan Poupart with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Full thing. We thank Alan Poupart, as always, for joining us. Let's see. Miami WRW says, I had already signed up for OK Coin today before I heard about the referral thing. Haven't purchased yet and message support. So we'll see. All right, there you go. Parladay has a great story. Dave Hyde wrote a full article about him when we got him that is worth reading. No, Parladay's, but it didn't start off well. It was ugly. And then he kind of figured it out, and the kid's been just kicking ass. Just absolutely, impressive. Susie says, I noticed your singing has improved lately. Well, that's a stretch, Susie. Have you seen Jason Sanders duct tape to the goalpost yet? No, I have not seen that yet. They lately they duct taped him to the goalpost. I didn't know that. I got to see that. I got to check that out. But thank you for the compliment on the singing voice that I don't have, but I appreciate it. It's very nice of you. Secretly, it's not really a secret. It's kind of obvious. That's probably what I really wanted to be in life. I wasn't blessed with the voice, but, there's something about it that I just kind of wish I ended up being a rock singer. That would have been my ultimate calling, I think, if I would have been able to do that. That would have been a lot of fun, you know? But Lord knows I can't sing. That's for sure. NorCal says, if you stake the craft coin, you will get 2 weekly run and tugs a month. All right, rub and tugs. You put run and tugs. Running and tugging, that's talent right there. If you're able to run and tug. That's impressive. Dolphins, by the way, against the Jets this week. Remember, we're at Sports Grill at 11 a.m. We start our pregame show. Doors open at 12, so if you're going to come down and join us at Sports Grill on Bird Road, remember, 5 in a row already at Bird Road. We are undefeated. Great atmosphere. Come on out and join us, man. I would love to meet a lot of you out there that listen and download the show and all that. Come on out, man. Join us. And please smash the like button. Whenever you're listening to the podcast, whenever you're watching it on YouTube, please smash the like button. It is very important. See, Julius is smart. No singing, pal. See, he's right. He's right. You don't want me singing. I'd go see Big O at the House of Blues. There you go. Oh, yeah. Imagine that. Big O, let's bring back Snowflake the Dolphin to kick field goals because Sanders seems a bit off right now for some reason. Yeah, while we praise Parladay, or Pilardi, right? It is. While we praise Pilardi, yeah, Jason Sanders, I don't know what's going on. And it's a kicker thing, isn't it? It's just you never know, man. Like Von Schaman went, his brain went AWOL. He had some issues and boom, he lost it and he never gained his mojo back. Olindo Mare had a toe injury that derailed his career. He got it back on track a little bit in Seattle for a short time. But after that toe injury, he was never really the same kicker again. So whether it's an injury or mental, all of us have watched kickers over the years that they were good and then all of a sudden they just lost it. It's the weirdest thing in the world, man. And right now with Jason Sanders, I'm not saying that he's lost it like permanently, but it's right now he's in one hell of a funk and he's got to find a way to figure it out because he's going to cost the Dolphins a game. I would never wish the Dolphins to lose in anything. I want them to win everything in the world. But let's be honest, this is a team that's going to play some tight games. And the competition, while I'm not afraid of the Saints quarterback, I respect the Saints defense and I respect their coach. I respect Tennessee's toughness and their defense and their coach. Not afraid of Tannehill, but those games are going to be tough. And then you got the third game with New England, and we all know that game is going to be incredibly tough. So this is the easy game out of the four. Maybe this one, I hope Jason Sanders doesn't come into play. I hope you're winning this game comfortably by 7 or more points. But Jason Sanders will be a factor in the next 3 at one point or another. So he needs to get his straight. Okay? He needs to straighten that out. Or if not, our boys are going to suffer a defeat and it's just going to be kind of frustrating and all that kind of stuff. So Pilardi played some quarterback at St. Thomas, completed 1 of 2 career NFL passes for 12 yards. He can also kick off as well. Man, I'm just happy, Darren, that he is punting the crap out of the ball now because he is a weapon. Joel Burr says, I want to make a trip out to the Sports Grill sometime next year. Would love to watch the game with you all there. I could legally grow weed in Florida. I'd move there in a heartbeat. Oh, Joel, it's going to happen very shortly. You'll be able to grow weed pretty much every state except Utah. Unfortunately, the people in Utah don't get it ever, but whatever. But it'll happen in Florida pretty soon. You'll be able to grow your stuff. That's only a matter of time. There's so much taxes available to these politicians so they can misuse more of our money. They'll do it. Don't worry. Dolphin Dan says, going to get his mojo back, kicking a high-pressure field goal to beat the Pats. Oh, well, but Dolphin Don, I need him to get it before that because he might cost the Dolphins a game against the Saints or Tennessee. So I really need him to make sure that he's got his stuff straightened out for those final 3 games because they're going to need him at one point or another. And dare I say this? What if they make the playoffs? You need a kicker. Got to have a kicker. And Sanders has been fantastic. He's been a great find. He's been a terrific draft pick. He's been a really good player for this team for a long time. But this year has not been a good year for Jason Sanders. So I hope he figures it out. Vegas has Miami -10 this Sunday against the Jets. Must be RD versus rookie Wilson. Yes, sir. It's exactly what it is, Joseph. Andrew Harris says Miami Dolphins are winning. Dougie Fresh says one rumor on Dolphin Reddit is that Pilardi has jacked him up on bad holds. I don't know Jack about kicking, so perhaps a wild nothing of a story. I don't know, bro. All I know is that the man is playing well. Okay? And we give love to those who deserve a little love. And he deserves it. Okay? Buy the dip, folks. Get yourself a little polka dot right there. Little polka dot. That's right. Buy the dip, folks. Get yourself a little Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Yeah. What do we got next? Buy the dip, folks. A little Monero. Monero. You can only get Monero on Voyager, by the way. Buy the dip, folks. A little ADA, a little Cardano right there. What else do we have here? Yes. Buy the dip, folks. A little Ethereum. Yeah. There you go. And, of course, if you want to have a little fun, there is a dip so you can add a little SHIB in your life. I would rather add all the other coins instead. You know what I mean? But that's from a man that has a ton of SHIB that doesn't really worry about the SHIB right now. Worry about the real coins. Those are the ones you got to worry about. Everyone is looking past the Jets game like winning is a foregone conclusion. Let's we forget division games are never easy. Carlos, I just went through that. I just said that. I just told Alan that, no matter what, I've seen bad Jet teams beat the Dolphins when they're good, and I've seen bad Dolphins teams beat the Jets one time when they were good. So, yeah. Okay. Big O knows the past is the past, but still get me with this. Could be possibly 10-3 if this defense was playing like this to start the season and Tua didn't get hurt, obviously. No, it would have been, you would have had 9 wins already if it wasn't for Flo. But, whatever. You want him, whether you want to admit it or not, whatever. Flo didn't play the right defense, didn't play Jalen Phillips the right way. Was in love a little too much with Jacoby Brissett. He actually thought at one point earlier in the season that he could get this thing done with Jacoby Brissett. Don't kid yourself on that. Okay? Don't kid yourself on that. He thought he could win with Jacoby Brissett. By the way, did you see the whole Zion Williamson thing? Wow, dude. I mean, that story is wild. And, we had Hot Plate Williams here in this league. Those of you that are young, you probably haven't lived through Oliver Miller, who, by the way, gained a lot of weight and was still able to stay in the league longer than expected, considering, and he was pretty athletic for a fat guy. It's like watching Rerun in What's Happening. You were always amazed with Rerun because Rerun weighed well over 3 bills, and he could outdance your ass and do all kinds of things. And you're like, damn, that dude's a hell of an athlete. You know what I'm saying? And so Zion Williamson, like, let's say Charles Barkley, was the round mound of rebound, but he didn't get rotund to the point that he couldn't play. You know what I mean? And we've seen this in the past. Jackson, what's his name? Auburn corner. What's his first name for the Dolphins? Damn it. Somebody help me out with the Jackson kid, the safety. Anyway, he ate himself out of the league. A good player, by the way. Last name Jackson, out of Auburn. I forgot his first name now. And he was a good player. Shula drafted him, right? And I think it was towards the end of Shula's run. I don't know if he survived the beginning of Jimmy or was gone right before Jimmy or something like that. Might have been right before Jimmy when he was gone. But that man could play the game, and he ate himself out of the league. We had Hot Plate Williams, played for the Washington Bullets, if I'm correct, and he ate himself. Calvin Jackson. Thank you. Calvin Jackson. It's a good dude, by the way, also. And Calvin, I covered him. And Calvin was a good dude. And unfortunately, we have some of those players over time that have eaten their way out of the league. And if you don't eat your way out of the league, you eat yourself to a point that you injure yourself and you cannot continue your career because of all the weight. And whether it's Hot Plate Williams, whether it's Calvin Jackson, whether it's what was the Phoenix Suns guy that I just mentioned now? I forgot now his name now. It's funny how I just mentioned it and then I forget his name. And we've seen it over time. There are those guys that they just can't stay away from the drive-through. And, listen, I've got that problem too. I've had that problem for many years now. Being fat is a fight that you have every day of your life, that you're trying to stay away from all the bad food that tastes so good. You know what I'm saying? So apparently Zion now, if you've had the misfortune of watching the 8-21 Pelicans, you wouldn't blame Zion for catching a few Z's whenever the film rolls. After tweeting that Williamson's questionable professionalism could have caused his recent setback, Jake Madison listed specific examples of Zion's lazy approach to rehabbing near the French Quarter. Though technically it's the third year with the Pelicans, Zion has yet to play a game this season. He's currently hampered by soreness from off-season surgery on his right foot. And when you're a big fat ass and you're putting more weight on that foot, that's not going to help. He missed 11 games last season and was limited to just 24 games as a rookie in 19 and 20. There's one thing he hasn't missed, though, and that's a meal. In fact, his jaw is seemingly working at an Olympic-like pace. Reports from earlier this fall had Zion tipping the scales around $3, and those whispers have only grown. For the foreseeable future, it appears Zion is more likely to dunk donuts than basketballs, they are writing. And part of what they're writing, the reporter put it out in a tweet. He said, what about him skipping rehab workouts? What about him falling asleep during film session last week? And let me tell you something. Not all of us fat people are lazy, okay? Because I don't have an ounce of laziness in me. At least to work. Maybe pick some stuff around the house. Maybe I might be a little lazy for that. But seriously, no, for work, I work my ass off every day of my life. So not all of us fat people are lazy, okay? I want to defend some of us fat people out there because we work our asses off sometimes. We work our big asses off sometimes. What a shame. The Lord blessed you with this ability, dude, and you're just going to piss it away. Like, thank you, Julius Oliver Miller, like Hot Plate Williams, like Calvin Jackson, because you can't say no to food. Like, dude, Be disciplined. You got a bunch of money coming your way. When your career is over, eat all you want, bro. Become Jabba the Hutt. Who cares? But right now, you have an opportunity to be a great player. And this is why I was a John Morant fan over him. Not because I anticipated that he was going to be a fat boy and he was going to end up like Hot Plate Williams. Right now we have Hot Plate Williamson. Now we've gone from Hot Plate Williams to Hot Plate Williamson. It was more about the injuries that he had, and because of his body and the force he's putting on his limbs, it's not a good thing. Just like us fatter people, it's not good for us to gain weight. We're putting more wear and tear on our backs and our knees and hips and all that stuff because we're carrying more. But this is a professional athlete who has been blessed with an opportunity that most of us would never have. And unfortunately, he's doing what has happened in the past with many others. It's not just the guys I mentioned. There's some other guys out there that had weight issues and it cost them their careers. Not the only one. Plenty of guys have been like that they had a problem with eating and they pissed away one incredible opportunity. And you know what's the worst part about it for Zion? Okay, let's just say you're not happy in New Orleans. Well, that's fine, but this is not the way you handle it. Not being able to play, gaining all kinds of weight and injuries, and now you're falling asleep in meetings. You're missing rehabs. That you want to see a team pissed? You want to see a coach and a front office pissed? Go ahead and not rehab. Go ahead and do that. Wow. Will they lose it? Because that means you're just into stealing money. You have no interest on getting better, and you have no interest on doing your job the right way. That's what that means. It's a slap in the face of your employer. Dude, if you don't like New Orleans, well, then get in shape, ball out, and then walk into the front office and say, trade me. I'm not staying here long term. I'm leaving. So if you guys want to stay with me through the first contract, that's fine, but I'm leaving after that. I'm not staying. So find a way to trade me. I'll do my part. I'll be a professional. I'll play my ass off. I'll stay in shape, all that stuff. Give you guys every opportunity to trade me at the highest value. Now, how do you trade them? You can't. Because nobody's going to give you anything, dude. They're not even going to attempt to trade food because they're afraid he'll steal it in the middle of the trade and they won't end up with the food. Pelicans are like, yo, you promised us 4,000 pizzas. Where are they? Well, I think Fat Boy intercepted them. There you go. The 4,000 DiGiornos are gone. And where's Williamson? Hot Plate is looking at you going, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno. Not a good thing, dude. Not a good thing. Bad look for him. Really bad look. Lazy is not at least for me, dude. God, that would be, man. A lot of food is addictive, Big O. Darren, I know. I live it, bro. I live it, okay? I live it. I dream of pizzas. I dream cookies. I dream Coke. Trust me, brother. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay? So, yeah, donuts are like my biggest vice ever that I've ever had in my life. Coke and donuts. Those are the two things that have been just terrible for me, Oh, when are you going back to the gym to lose those 60 pounds? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'll go back to a gym. But you know what I really need? I need discipline. I probably need a trainer, somebody that I have to go to and that will push me every day. It's kind of what I need. I really kind of need that. So And I can't afford that, so I don't know if I'm going to get it. Is the front office going to screw over Tua in the offseason and get Watson to make Ross and Marino happy? I'm not exactly sure that Marino is on the Watson bandwagon. I'm not exactly sure there's a lot of people in that building on the Watson bandwagon. I'll leave it at that. Okay? Because Big O, why was he called Hot Plate Williams? Because he was fat, dude. You eat a hot plate. Get it? Food. Hot Plate Williams. And we used to have a Hot Rod Williams also in the league. So they called him Hot Plate because that's your food. Hot plate. You get it? So yeah, that's why he was called Hot Plate. T-Bone says, if they do, I'm going to be a fan of the new team that he goes to forget Miami. I hope they don't screw over Tua to make Ross and Marino happy. Now, I'll be interested to see what happens in the offseason. That's all I'm going to say. Be interested to see what happens in the offseason. I'm wondering if there's a decision whether it's Tua or Flo. And I've told you guys this before. Because there's a crack in the building. Okay? There's a divide in the building, I believe. And not everybody's on the Watson bandwagon. And not everybody's on the Flo bandwagon. We'll see. We'll see. It's there might be some shocking things in the offseason. Who knows? Miami RW says, something I want to see the rest of the way. Score a touchdown to end every first half. This is something Brady-led New England teams were expert at. I believe we've been doing this a lot in the win streak. You want way too much for an offense that doesn't have any offensive line or a running game. You're just being completely unrealistic. If they're able to do it, it's a miracle that they can pull that off. Okay? It's not a good offense, dude. You're asking an offense to be dominant when they don't have a line. That's really hard to do. Think about that. How can you be dominant if you don't dominate at the line of scrimmage? You can't. Troy, he'll be gone after the season. No point to cut him. Big O, have you ever had salteña? That's from Bolivia. It's like a stew-filled empanada. No, I've never had that, Joel. Salteña. Nope, I don't know what that is. Never had it. But I'm willing to try it. Why not? Darren says, I think Marino likes Tua. Remember the hug. Exactly. That hug was, kid, you're fine. You're doing everything right. You're not the problem here. That's what that whole thing was. I'm convinced of that. That's what that was. Big O, Flo is with Tua. Greer is with the one that wants Tua out. All right, T-Bone, you can believe whatever you want. How you say Greer is with Tua, really, you know what it shows me? You're not really good at reading people at all, my brother. You're really bad at reading people because all the other things are maybe a little harder for people to read. But if you think Flo is a Tua believer, oh my God, dude. Wow. Man. T-Bone. I feel bad for you, bro. I feel bad for you because I feel like you're the guy that I don't know how old you are, but when you get older, I would not answer the phone much because you might get suckered and give people your Social Security because they say that your bank is on fire and they've got to hurry up right now to get your money out. Please give me your account number, and you probably would. You seem pretty naive, my brother. Incredibly naive. Anybody that thinks that Flo is a Tua guy, I don't know what the hell you were watching this year. The last 2 years. Not exactly sure what you were watching. Flo has done everything to prove he's not the Tua guy. You're really bad at reading what's in front of you. Seriously. Love you. You're always here. You're always chiming in. Appreciate the support. You're not good at reading people. You're terrible at reading people. If you think Flo is a Tua guy, that's a really, really bad, breakdown on your part. Whew. Wow. Thoughts on going after Joe Brady next year as offensive coordinator? Would love it. Would Joe Brady work for Flo is the question. That's what you got to ask yourself. Are any of these coaches going to work for Flo? That's what you got to ask yourself. Oh, let's just be thankful we don't have Urban Meyer. Yep, stanky fingers is definitely, I'm glad he's not here. Dolphins need to play Hollins more. He's clutch. Well, I've been saying that for a while, Eric, and Flo doesn't even understand that. Miami Sports Fanatic says, Big O, what's up, my guy? If you were the owner and you gave a short list of 3 offensive coaches who you will have on that list, I have Doug Peterson, Mike Shula, and Steve Sarkisian. What do you think? I don't mind them as offensive coordinators, any of them as offensive coordinators. Again, I ask you, will those 3 gentlemen want to come work for Flo? And will they feel that they'll be, because they're going to pick up the phone and call Chan Gailey and say, hey, so Chan, you were there for only a year with Flo. What happened? Why did you leave? I think that you cannot keep Tua and Flo. I believe it will have to be one or the other. I hope they choose Tua because Flo is more replaceable. Well, Carlos, you and I are starting to, you and I kind of think alike a little bit on there. Joel says, one day I'll show up to the Sports Grill with a couple of salteñas for you and Sean. There is nothing in this world like salteñas, just saying. Well, thank you. Very kind. Darren says, after watching Brady all those years in New England, Flo is spoiled. Flo is lost. Is what he is. But it's all right. That's right. He's the second coming, bro. He's God. He's awesome. He's just fantastic. What else do we have? We have a little music history on this date we can have a little fun with. So on this date, December 15th, in music history, several things went on. First of all, in 1990, Rod Stewart married Rachel Hunter in Beverly Hills. They divorced 9 years later. In 2006, Atlantic Record co-founder Ahmet Ertegun died at the age of 83 from complications following a head injury he suffered in October when he fell at a Rolling Stones concert in New York. Ertegun signed the Stones and Led Zeppelin and many others. Like, once you sign the Stones and Led Zeppelin to your record labels, right? Do you have to do anything else? Like, I don't even need to hear the others. Like, every time you walk into the building, that's the dude that signed the Stones and Led Zeppelin. No, yeah, you know that guy? He signed the Stones and Led Zeppelin. Like, that's all you need to carry yourself for the rest of your life. I read that. I was like, I feel terrible for the man, although a blessing to live to 83, I will say, okay, because I'll give anything to last to 83. I think 83 is more than good enough, okay? And then my man, finds the Stones and Led Zeppelin. That's just fantastic, man. In 92 on this date, Nirvana released their compilation album Insecticide, which featured demos, outtakes, and covers and radio broadcast recordings. And in 2012 on this date, the Lumineers began a 16-week run at the top of the rock charts with their hit song, Ho Hey. And those are some of the things that happened in music history. Oh, what would be your dream coach to take over for Flo? I'm not sure who's even available or who will be available. Yeah, and that's the problem. I don't know. but I've given you an example already many times, and I gave the Jack Del Rio one because Reggie McKenzie's with the Dolphins. Marvin Allen and Reggie McKenzie were hired by Chris Greer. Reggie was with Oakland. Reggie and Jack Del Rio did not deserve to get fired. Okay? They're the ones that drafted some of their players that were pretty damn good. In fact, the best player on the team that they traded to Chicago is the guys that they drafted, and the quarterback is their guy. And they had just made the playoffs the year before. They had a down year, and then they fired him and brought Gruden and all the rest of the fools in there. And so for me, those guys didn't deserve to get fired. And it's not like I'm the biggest Jack Del Rio fan or anything like that, but I think that's what Miami needs right now. Miami needs an older coach that can kind of delegate and has a fat-ass Rolodex that can bring in coaches. And obviously, with Jack's time in Jacksonville and in Oakland, he has, and obviously he coached in other places as assistant coach, by the way. He has a Rolodex that's amazing. So I would hire somebody of that ilk, a veteran coach who then can hire the right assistants and find that grizzled offensive line coach and get either an offensive coordinator from college that runs a lot of the college and NFL stuff that they're doing now, or you get another experienced type of coordinator in the NFL. But a Jack Del Rio can do something like that. So if there's somebody like Jim Caldwell, I would have hired also, but Jim, I think, has the physical issues, and maybe that doesn't allow him to be a full-time head coach. But somebody like that, a Jack Del Rio, a Jim Caldwell, if there's somebody like that, that's what I would hire. Experience is what I would hire. All we've done for so many years is, all right, let's go with the unproven, Gase, the unproven Sperano, and the unproven Philbin, and the unproven Flores. And, it just continues and to hit on the young coach. And then we also can't screw up like this. This is where this guy and Philbin are so much alike. Philbin was stuck on one team forever, and Flores was stuck on one team forever. They never moved around. They never learned and got to know other people. So all they knew was where they came from, and they couldn't steal people from there. In fact, Flores was able to take two guys with him, and he fired both. So what do you want me to do here? And they have a lot of the similarities. They can't build staffs. They don't know anybody around the league. And they both can't handle strong egos. So they have a tendency of getting rid of a lot of players. There's a lot of similarities, believe it or not, even though they physically don't look the same, because Flo looks like a tough dude, looks like he's composed and those kind of things, whereas Philbin looks like a flaccid penis, just like nothing. It's lifeless. Let me go pick up some paper. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that they look different in their physical statures. But everything else, a lot of it is the same. A lot of it is actually the same. And they have some of the same issues. And that's a problem. So that's how I would go with that kind of a person. Oh, did you ever get a chance to see the London Lyceum concert that I sent you on Facebook? That's one of the best, if not the best, Genesis concerts. You know what? I forgot that I had to watch that concert. I was going to watch it, not this weekend, last weekend. I forgot. My bad. Now you reminded me. Let me see if I can watch it tonight or maybe this afternoon. Eric Bieniemy would be a good replacement for Flo. These offensive-minded coaches are making waves. Look at the Rams, Cardinals, and San Francisco. Eric Bieniemy's bounced around a little bit. Now, can he build a staff is the question. That would be the only thing. But I would actually take a chance more on Bieniemy because at least offense, he knows offense a lot more and can probably, help Tua out succeeding a little bit. Big O saw The Exorcist earlier, saw Unforgiven and 12 Angry Men and 57. It's apparent there are no more good movies with character development and dialogue. Cinema is dead. That's what Perfect Q says. Big O Fuller is a corporate time-stealing weasel. Yeah, he is. He is as embarrassing as it gets. All right, we are out of here. We thank all of you, as always, for keeping it locked here on the program. You guys are awesome. I want to thank Alan Poupart and the newest member to the family, Cameron Wolf. Next Tuesday, officially, he starts with our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, NFL, and Miami Dolphin insider reports. Also, want to welcome aboard the Fort Lauderdale Police Department as a proud sponsor and partner of our show. Looking forward to it. That's the only place, by the way, Sean, that when we go to do a live show, we can't tell people come visit us. And if you happen to have a bench warrant, make sure you don't visit us when we're at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, right? I mean, that's good advice. I think that's as good advice as I could give anybody out there. Okay? Any arrest warrants, do not visit us at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Visit us when we go to Craig's and Acura. Don't steal a car now. Visit us at Caneswear. Don't go stealing any items inside Caneswear now. You know what I'm saying? Visit us at Hialeah Park. We got cameras everywhere. We're watching you. So watch out there. But really, best place, those are the better places to go visit us. Maybe when we broadcast from Santa's Enchanted Forest or something, you can visit us. But when we're at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, you might want to pump the brakes a little bit there and hold off. Okay? All right. Anyway, so thank you all out there. Appreciate you all. Appreciate the support. Please support all of our sponsors. By the way, the police department is looking for officers, so you have an opportunity there to apply, and you can become an officer also. So there you go. We are out of here. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel, and we'll be coming to you live from Hialeah Park Casino. You all have a good one out there. I love you all.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.